Hello and welcome to Swim or Sink. I'm Adam. I'm here on the mic with Rissa, and we're looking like we're going to jump right into our first match really soon. So the two teams that we're going to be seeing in round one are going to be Tsukuyomi versus a team called On Krak.
Yes, and starting off right off the bat with some great teams here. Tsukuyomi is going to be having Ping, High C, Mashi, Kobeth, and Rhythm. And then on the side of On Krak, we have Eevee, and then a name I cannot read, Nico, Chico, Omega, and Keeper. Now, Adam, are you familiar with any of these players?
Not so much. How about you?
Honestly, the only player I think that I'm familiar with would be Rhythm on the side of Tsukuyomi. I have played against him multiple times, a very strong player. So since Rhythm is a very strong player, I'm sure that the team he's got set up is going to be really strong on that side. And paired up on the other side on Krak, I actually am not familiar with any of these players at all. But who's to say that, they aren't going to be a great team, so I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's good, right? Coming into it with no expectations, we're gonna be quite surprised, I think.
Yeah, that is always good, and that's one of those things where, like, getting to commentate tournaments like this is where I'm getting to see a lot of these players firsthand, and it's really great to be able to see them. Now, as we go into the first match here, it is going to be on Clam Blitz Albacore.
Ooh, this is a kind of a tricky map. I mean, it's a map that favors long-range weapons, but with such a aggressive mode like Clam Blitz.
Yeah, range is definitely a good thing to have here. And as we can see coming out on the side of Suki, we do have some range coming out. With that ballpoint, the tent, the tetras. But on the other side, there isn't a lot of range. The only range that On Krak has is that Nautilus.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see the kind of difference between these two comps, especially. I like that we see the tetras coming out. That's a weapon we've been seeing a lot more of lately. And wow, Kobeth really putting in work.
Yeah, Kobeth doing the thing that tetras tend to do so greatly, being a distraction, being annoying, putting up aggression while they're at it, and that's exactly what we saw happen. Now, he did go down, but did kind of start paving the way for his teammates.
Yeah, it looks like this push still might happen, though.
Mm-hmm.
And we got one clam. All right, can we keep this going? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, one clam there, and they do not have any other clams to follow up with, so that's going to be the end of that push. And it looks like On Krak is doing a good job at trying to put a stop to this. There's two down on the side of Suki, so, but in terms of mid control, Suki does have mid control. They have more clams at the moment here. They just made a power clam, so looks like they're getting ready to start pushing up again.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it looks like that push kind of seems to be only the beginning right now. Like you said, still complete map control. Oh, and now two members down on Suki. On Krak does have a power clam as well, but they seem to kind of be being held down right now. And of course, just as I say that, now making their way, it looks like they might be able to start a little push of their own. Yeah,
they are going to go ahead and start this push. The Nautilus here does have this. The clam is kind of putting themselves in a spot for the other team to see them. Looks like they are going to go ahead and jump in, going to get a clam in, and are going to get another clam in, so that means they are going to go ahead and take the lead here. Now, the lead isn't by much, but they do have the lead right now in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can manage to really put it up a very good defense, I mean, this could be good for them.
Yes, and we're seeing here, looks like Suki is going to go ahead. They are in mid painting. They're getting as many clams as they can. Looks like they're going to go ahead and be distracted by that carbon roller there on the side of their base, though the carbon roller is going to go down. So, and Suki is going to go ahead and score again, and they're looking for more clams to keep adding.
Yeah, this is... So... I like what happened there. Suki, instead of staying back at their goal, and defending for more clams. Once they kind of got on Krak away, they started to push up forward before their basket even closed.
Yeah, that's just one of those things where you just keep pressure like that, and if you're keeping the pressure, it can be really good, and it really leads for the other team not being able to do anything. I mean, as we see here, Tsuki has 32 clams. On Krak only has 2 clams, so this is really kind of showing exactly that.
Right, and not only the 32 clams, but they have a fantastic amount of map control. And just like that, Tsuki goes 3 down.
Yeah, Tsuki had everything lined up there for a good push. They had so many clams, but, you know, they still need the lead. On Krak still has the lead here, so this is going to be something that Tsuki is really going to have to be careful with as they start leading up for pushes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's interesting how we're seeing this kind of the advantage of the map control, where Tsuki seems to always have more clams in their possession. Because they always have that control, they always have the ability to see them. And coming in for another push, we got 1 clam in. And can we get some more? There's another power clam not far from the basket.
Ooh,
and that's the lead!
Yeah, that was a great push up there. Getting that 1 single clam in is going to get a decent sized lead there by 20 points. So that's a good lead here that now On Krak is going to have to figure out how to gather some clams so that way they can push to get the lead on their side. Right,
and I think that the only way that they're going to be able to do that is if they take back this center map, which it looks like they're trying to do right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, On Krak did try and take that mid control, but 3 of them went down as that was happening. And we're seeing Tsuki coming up here. I mean, they're starting to push up. They're trying to keep as many clams as they can. And
with the clam advantage, as small as it may be, it still is going to be powerful.
Yeah, and we're seeing here, this is the moment that On Krak knows that they need to do something if they want to get the lead. There's 2 down on the side of Tsuki, so this is the moment that they need to push in and score.
And the Booyah Bomb, and there's 1 clam in. Are they going to take the lead? It looks like it. There it is. There it is.
Great. Wow. That was a great take back. I mean, throughout that whole match, Tsuki had mid control and they were constantly having clams advantage. But I mean, when it came to being defensive, it kind of almost fell apart in their favor. And I mean, when we look at these kill counts, they're actually very similar.
Yeah. Almost exactly the same, which is interesting to see that even, and you could kind of feel that throughout the match too, though. It felt very evenly matched, and that last minute kind of win just was such a clutch factor for On Krak. I'm excited to see if we see that be kind of a running theme in their games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just needed a little, on the side of Tsuki, they just needed that little bit of defensive factor to group up, make sure that they don't die. Because, I mean, they had the clams that whole match. So, as we go into the next map and mode here, it looks like it's going to be Splat Zones Skipper. How do you feel about this map, Adam?
I love Splat Zones on Skipper. I mean, this is one of those modes where there are really multiple ways to approach the objective. You know, this is one of the very few maps that's kind of a different type of symmetrical, where it's not exactly the same from both sides. So it makes for a different sort of game.
Yeah, it really does, and it really almost depends on how the team's set up. I mean, some teams like to have, 2 go in mid and 2 go the bottom way. Mm-hmm. Some teams don't, so it'll be
right.
something to watch for.
Yeah, and I really like to see what happens in mid on this map, because this is one of the few maps for Splat Zones where if players from both teams are going that mid way, they are going to run into each other before they even hit objective, as opposed to the objective being the mid. So it can make for some really cool skirmishes before you even get to the zone.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose that 1v1 going down that mid route, I mean, immediately, your team doesn't have you to help them, so that's totally something that could be interesting for this map.
Right, absolutely.
All right, and we're going into game 2 here of round 1. Now,
as we see the blob lobber coming out. I like that.
Blob, that'll be interesting, especially for this map, for the long, like, mid portion of it. And we're seeing that Booyah Bomb Aerospray come back, the Carbon's coming back, and then pretty similar comp on the side of Suki.
Yeah, they have the Tetras again, the N-Zap. It looks like, is it the same comp, I think?
Yeah, I think it is the same comp as last round. And instantly here, Suki gonna go ahead and get a full wipe on Krak. So this will be very interesting to see how Krak figures out how to come back into this zone.
Yeah, that is a fantastic advantage. This is one of those maps though where, like you said, because there's those two ways to get in, it can make for a lot of back and forth. So we might see that here.
Yeah, we're seeing the specials come out from the side of Krak. They had that rain, they had that bomb rush coming out, and looks like the blob down here is a little bit alone and is going to get called out by the other team, so they are going to go down. Both teams have 3 up though, so if Krak can group up here and work together to get the zone, they can do just that.
Yeah, and just like that, they've taken the zone. They're starting to push up into mid quite a bit, and it looks like all of Suki is coming from that top area right now. So they might be able to shut down this push, unless we get a cheeky flank coming.
Yeah, this is really good from Krak. I mean, they got the 3 down on the side of Suki, and then they work together to hold zone. But all of Suki is coming down through mid, so I'm wondering, who's going to go down in this little skirmish that is going on.
Yep, and just like that, the blob goes down. Oh, and the Tetras are down too. So now we're looking 3 down on the side of Krak, 1 down on the side of Suki, and they are going to be able to take that zone back and keep that lead.
Yeah, we're seeing Nico here, alone here, trying to juggle against 2 from the other team. Did a really smart thing, though, by jumping out because they noticed that they were alone. So now Suki is going to go ahead and... They're 2 down here, but they were counting down their score, getting more points on the board. Finally, though, Krak is able to take the zone, and they're going to have to watch because it looks like Suki likes to drop through mid.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the second time now that we've seen them come, all 4 of them down from mid, which you would think might not be the best idea, but they just have such a strong pushing power with them being able to hide behind that tent. And look at that, just like that, Krak is now 3 down. I mean, the way that they have utilized this comp to just push in slowly and be like an unstoppable force getting down to that zone is incredible.
It really is. They almost built up a wall with, the tent and then all the force that they had. So that's exactly what they did, and they were able to push back in like that. Now, looks like Krak is starting to use their specials. They have a Booyah Bomb, they have Rain. They're doing exactly what you need to do to try and push back in the zone. We're seeing that bomb rush happen, but Rhythm here with this N-Zap trying to paint over that. They know that they don't want to let the other team cap. Looks like the other team did cap, but there is only that Aerospray up, and right as I say that, the Aerospray does get called out. This jump is going to get called out, and it looks like Suki is going to go ahead and take the zone back.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a phenomenal play. I mean, really, it seems like that defense can be almost like Rhythm can be thanked for that defense. I mean, the way that they were able to, with that N-Zap, take down 2 members before going down, put them at such a big advantage to stay in that zone.
Yeah, that's really important that you do that. Exactly. Now, I love that we're seeing this counter rain pop here. Both teams did pop rain here. We're seeing Mashy coming out with this curler rush, really solidifying this win here as they try and block the zone. But it looks like Krak is coming down from the bottom, trying to paint over the zone, but unfortunately for them, Suki was able to counter that and paint over it and win this round.
Yeah, just barely not enough to take that zone. It really looked like they were going to take that, zone with 2 seconds left, which is always something fun to see. So that's going to be another win for Suki. I mean, they look so. Wait, no, did Krak? I'm sorry, Krak won for the first match. My mistake. That was because that first match was so close again. So now we're at 1-1 here. Suki and Krak. I mean, what we saw there that was a big difference from the first match was that Suki was able to really pull together and play incredibly defensively. On Clam Blitz, we saw at the last minute, the thing that kind of cost Suki that match was that they couldn't get that defense together against on Krak's push, but they were able to defend so much better in this mode, and when they pushed up, they were able to push up in a way even that felt defensive.
Yeah, the defense that they had for that last map in mode that we saw was totally something that was really different from the first round that we saw.
Yeah, and with the same exact comp, which is always very interesting to see how just a small change in play style can make such a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they really utilized the tent more in that round to like push in more. They waited with their specials, and it was a really good way. I mean, that's what you really want to see is team or members grouping up together, and they did exactly that.
Absolutely. And now we're going to be going into tower control on Starfish main stage. I'm interested to see if they're going to pull out that same comp and if they can manage to kind of put that slow defensive push to work here, pushing the tower.
Yeah, and I actually believe it's... Okay, so we're in the lobby right now, and it's showing... They have Starfish main stage, but it looks like it's supposed to be the reef, actually. So, I don't know if they're going to play it out.
Let's see.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here. But we are supposed to be going into tower control on the reef, which I actually really like that map. But hopefully we'll see if the message is relayed that we need to switch maps here. And
it looks like they started on Starfish.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if they're going to play this out.
Okay.
Either way, this is going to be a good glimpse into the type of comps these teams are running for tower control.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was interested too because neither teams had really been playing Stingrays, but I like that we're seeing a Stingray on the side of Suki here. Yeah,
and it looks, based on the way that that Krak is standing at their spawn, that we're gonna...
Cool, so it looks like they're just gonna go ahead and let them push the tower all the way to the end, so that way we can go into the correct map.
the immediate knockout here. Now what I want to know, what I'm really interested to see, is if these comps are going to stay for these teams playing on the reef. Because I really enjoy the comp that we're seeing come out on Suki right now, with almost the same comp that they've been running the whole game, but with that custom jet squelcher. Of course, because it has the Stingray, which is so good, it's kind of the overtime ender.
Yeah, that's something you really want for, I mean, tower control, but sometimes Rainmaker too, so I like that they switched from a ballpoint to that squelcher with the Stingray.
Absolutely, and there's the knockout. So now we're going to get into tower control on the reef. So, what are your thoughts on tower control on the reef?
Tower control on the reef, I actually really like it. I've seen a lot of teams, like once you get past that first checkpoint, and then I've seen a lot of times it can snowball from that point if the other team can't figure out how to get back into where the tower is and get out of their spawn. So I really like it. I think it's fun to play personally. It'll just be fun to see, if and when it happens, when the second checkpoint happens, how the teams play it out. How do you feel about this map mode?
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I agree with just about everything there, right? The thing that's so interesting to see on this map and that makes it so unique for tower control is once you get to that second checkpoint, the ground is so uneven and there's so much cover and there are so many obstacles in the way that it really gives the team that is on the offense a chance to push that tower much more easily. So just like you said, I mean, it totally snowballs and it can be really exciting to see.
Yeah, it really comes down to, who can pair up their specials well to stop the push or keep the push going in that on that means. Now, here we go, we're going into game 3. Each team is 1-1 here, so whoever wins this will be moving on to the next round in winner's side. And both teams did go with the same comps that we saw them come out with on the incorrect map. So right now we're seeing both teams here coming out. Immediately a Booyah Bomb, a Stingray coming out from either side, and a rush for bridge is happening to see who can get control first.
Yeah, and right away Suki goes 3 down, but on Krak down by 2 as well. Now one pick that seems really interesting to me here is the Carbon Roller Deco. I'm very interested to see what they're able to do with that, because that's such a like close range weapon. It can be tough on a map like this where there's so much uneven ground and so much open space.
Yeah, it can be a really niche pick, and there's a certain way to play it to make it work, so I agree that'll be interesting to see how it works. Immediately, there's a really big push that we saw happening on Krak. I mean, I was not expecting a push immediately to 50, going to the second checkpoint, popping out inkjets. They're doing a great job.
Past checkpoint 2. Now, it's like we said, once you get past this point, it's very easy for things to kind of just snowball out of control, and it looks like they're gonna be able to continue that push down to 25 now.
Yeah, they are just keeping it up, and here's that Carbon Roller that you were talking about, doing exactly what they do, hiding under the ledges, adding that pressure that on Krak needs. I mean, they have it down to 3 here. I don't know if anyone knows the Carbon Roller's there. Now they do, but I mean, if this Carbon Roller can keep this up, then they can just keep having members jump over.
Wow, look at that. And that Carbon Roller does go down, but not before, making a big impact on that push. It really seems like that Carbon Roller being so up front and just in their face, kind of acting as a distraction, was really what was able to pave the way for that.
Yeah, that was really helpful, and that got that push in the first 2 minutes down to 3. And I mean, as we're talking here too, there's 3 down on the side of Suki. This is
4 down.
This could be the ending that OnKrak needs.
Yeah, absolutely. OnKrak is not letting up on their aggression, even as they... Wow. And there it is. There's the game just like that. That was incredibly fast.
Yeah, Suki didn't even have a chance to get on the tower. I mean, we saw them pop those Stingrays. We saw them try and funnel in to get the tower, try and work together, but in this case, OnKrak did a great job at pushing the tower, keeping up pressure, and pairing their specials.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it almost felt like as soon as that first push got to checkpoint 1, Suki wasn't able to get it back to checkpoint 1 again, even halfway back to mid. That was really, really, really great to see. I mean, even with members going down on Krak, they were able to keep up the pressure so well. And I was questioning the aggressive nature of their comp, and we really saw it in action there.
Yeah, a lot of times, you want to have quote-unquote Stingray, but I mean, the aggressive weapons there, it looks like, the other team didn't really have an answer to that, and it played out very well in OnKrak's favor. Now, we will be moving on to round 2 here on the stream. Looks like the teams that we will be seeing this time are Arctic Moon versus... I don't know if I'm saying this incorrectly. Aegis? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, cool. So this is actually gonna be a really good set. Arctic Moon versus Aegis. Two teams I've been seeing a lot on Twitter recently, like putting in work, performing very well together. So seeing these two teams against each other is gonna be really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like right away we're getting into it. We're going to be starting with Rainmaker on Manta Maria. And let's see. We got 2 Jet Squelchers coming out. That's really fun to see.
Yeah, 2 Jet Squelchers, 2 Stingrays, and immediately we are going to see that one Stingray pop out. You know, I'd love to see a Stingray happening right at the start. And right now, it looks like it's a back and forth battle for mid here. Aegis is going to go ahead and take down the Nautilus on the side of Arctic Moon. And they did try and push up, but that T-Tech who was pushing up was called out. So it looks like it's just kind of a lot of back and forth here in mid.
Yeah, it is. And neither team has picked up the Rainmaker yet. Almost a full minute into this game. This is, you can tell already this is going to be a really exciting set.
Yeah, and we're seeing here, you know, the Stingray came out on the side of Aegis, but then we're seeing this counter Stingray coming out. Great hammer pick there from Turtle. And the Stingray, I mean, the Rainmaker was picked up, but it didn't get very far.
Yeah, not at all. And now it looks like this is going to be Arctic Moon's chance to really start a push. It looks like they're going to be going this jump on the right side. Let's see if they can make it, and they do. So, oh, and they're still going, so we're down to 35. That's a pretty solid push right out of the gate here. I mean, I say right out of the gate, but we're actually a minute and a half into this game before either team really got a push.
Yeah, both teams were playing it very smart, not feeding, you know, they both were playing it exactly how you want to. Now, Aegis is going to have to figure out how to counter the lead that Arctic Moon got. Dark getting helping getting a great pick on the Stingray there, and they're going to go ahead and try and wait for their teammates as they start trying to push up. But Aegis does have 2 specials ready. Right as I say that, 2 go down, so this could be exactly what Arctic Moon needs. Yeah,
absolutely. I think Arctic Moon's best bet now is to try to get back to that stalemate that they were at in the first half of the game. If they can keep that up for the next 2.5 minutes, then they've taken the first game of the set. And we already saw at the start of the game, I mean, for more than a full minute, it was just this stalemate.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth happening. I did notice that Aegis there did get a good job at getting all their specials ready together. And now, you know, both teams do have 4 members on the board, so I know that Aegis here, if they want to start pushing the Rainmaker, they need to start getting some picks.
Absolutely. You know, they managed to get a good amount of map control, but, you know, if you can't take down your opponents, then that's not going to do you much good. And it looks like they might be starting a little push here, down to 80, down to 50, just like that, and that's going to be the lead. Wow. And, I mean, if you look at that, the only member down on Arctic Moon is that Jet Squelcher. And they were still able to make such an incredible push.
Yeah, that was a really good push. They waited till they got, I think it was like, I know it saw 2 down, but it could have been 3. And they did a great job at pushing the Rainmaker and getting, you know, the lead it's a lead by 2 points, but it is the lead as we go into the last minute of the match. Right,
it is a lead, and even only by 2 points. I mean, on something like Rainmaker, it is not easy to hit that 33 mark here on Manta Maria. Oh wow, and taking the Rainmaker down with that Stingray, that's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, Migs, they're doing a good job at playing very defensively with that Stingray, also helping to stop the Rainmaker there with their teammates. Now Mixter going to go ahead and paint up in mid, knows that he needs to start getting Stingray ready for a possible counter push that Aegis will have.
Yeah, and I have to say right now, if I'm Aegis, I am letting out a huge sigh. The game's not over, but Arctic just pushed up to 34. I mean, they were literally 1 point away from taking the lead. I cannot imagine how scary that must have been on the side of Aegis.
Yeah, I like too that we saw Aegis, everyone jumped back. They know that Arctic Moon here, Dark is going to grab the Rainmaker, but they needed to get in defensive positions, and that's exactly what they did. As we see this Inkjet pop here in the last minute, members are going down left and right on both sides here, so if Arctic Moon wants to grab the lead here, they're going to have to play this really carefully.
Absolutely. We see only 1 special on the board right now, and it's on the side of Aegis with 3 seconds left. It's looked like this is going to be game. And there it is.
Yeah, Migster doing exactly what you want to see from a Jet Squelcher in the overtime. popping that Stingray. I saw Turtle there to help make sure whoever was holding the Rainmaker went down there, and that's exactly what they did. But I mean, from both teams, they did a really good job with trying to pair their Stingrays up for each pushes, counter pushes. So both teams did a really good job at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that I saw come from both teams that I really liked on their biggest pushes is when they were in mid. You would think that it's safest to group up together and make a push together, and most of the time it is, but something they were able to really do, and we saw Arctic Moon do this when they made their big push, was kind of spread out a little bit, and just by shooting some fire, down mid and to the right and to the left, Aegis didn't really know which way to defend, so they weren't able to group up and make a big defense and really set up.
That is true. That's something you want to see where, you really can't let the other team try and have an entry anywhere, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah.
Right. If you make it obvious where you're coming from, it becomes much easier to just, set up your full team where you think they're coming and be able to stop just about any push. But both of those teams were able to make themselves really, really unpredictable.
I know they both did a good job at waiting for their teammates, waiting for pushes, not feeding in. These are both two really strong teams, so you can see that they both know how to coordinate together, know how to use their specials together.
Yeah.
And as we go into what the next map and mode will be, we're going to be going into Clam Blitz on Humpback Hump Track.
I absolutely love Clam Blitz on this map. Both baskets are just so close to mid and so convenient to get to that this can make for a really, really exciting match. There's no shortage of back and forths here on Clam Blitz Humpback.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit familiar with the player Migster. He is well known for playing Dynamo, and I would love to see him bring out the Dynamo for this map.
Absolutely. And that weapon can be really powerful on something like Humpback, where you have so much visibility from almost anywhere.
Okay, and as we see the weapons come out, we are seeing Migster on that Dynamo. I'm excited for that. But on the other side, on Arctic Moon, we have Dark on the Hydra, which I think is really interesting, and we do see an Ink Brush come out this time.
Yeah, absolutely. That Hydra is not something that you see so much, especially in a mode like Clam Blitz. And again, we have another Tent Umbrella coming out. This is very interesting to see. I think that's a fantastic pick for a map like this, where you can. It's such a short push to get to the basket that can really, really make for good defense.
Yeah, totally. And we're seeing Dark here start trying to push up into mid. A slower weapon like a Hydra has to be very careful about the way they do move up as they wait for their teammates. Turtle on the tent is going to go down as a fight for mid happens here. Looks like that Hydra Dark is going to go down as well. We're seeing both teams just really juggling it out here, though. I did not realize there was a baller that came into the other side, and Arctic Moon is going to go ahead and score one clam. I don't know if they'll be able to score another.
Let's see, they are certainly trying, and just barely short of scoring another power clam, but they do get that push down to 74, which is really, a good place to start here. Now, one thing that can be tricky about a map like this is because it's such a small way to get from one basket to the other. If you make the mistake of making a small push where you're only getting, say, a single power clam, you give your opponents a free clam, which they can so easily kind of get almost across the map. Yeah,
you have to be really careful. You have to watch all angles of this map, because as we can see, like Tato just did here, someone can just sneak up right away since it's so short and score. And Arctic Moon here is going to keep putting clams on the board here. Tato's going to come up on this left side, act as a distraction, as brushes do. Does go down, but did do a good job at acting as a distraction for their teammates.
Yeah, and the push down to 52, it looks like it's going to end there. But like you said, I mean, Tato just knows how to make these plays that, you know, they keep the enemy team guessing. They keep the enemy team focused on Tato with that brush just kind of running around and being a nuisance, and they make such an opportunity for their team. And again, we see the side of Arctic Moon making a third push already.
Yeah, they are just keeping the pressure up. They're not letting Aegis do anything here. As we saw Twig pop that Booyah Bomb, teammates following up with clams to keep scoring. We saw Twig wrap around that right side, try and add pressure. And there are 3 down on the side of Arctic Moon, but they scored it all the way down to 4. Looks like Aegis is going to go ahead and call out where that last member was. And Aegis knows that they need to start getting clams if they want to even try and match this score that Arctic Moon put on the board.
Yeah, and we saw one member of Aegis just try to make a small push, but it looks like they went down, and that power clam is going to break. Can they pull together and make this push? Aegis is 1 down.
Yeah, both. Oh, go ahead.
And Twig goes down as well, but it still looks like they're able to kind of keep a good defense.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job acting defensively, but right now, looks like just the Hydra's up. The Brush's Tato is going to respawn as well. As Aegis is starting to pop their specials, 2 go down on the side of Arctic Moon, so looks like Turtles up here doing exactly what Tenebrellas do with those bubbles, hiding in the bubbles, hiding with their tent shield. They're going to go ahead and keep scoring as many clams as they can, and they're getting it down to 53, but they need more clams if they want to keep this up.
Absolutely. I mean, by most standards, this is a fantastic push, all the way down to 47, in a matter of less than 10 seconds. But when you're at such a huge deficit, coming from a 96-point deficit, they've got to band together and make one more push here.
They really do. They're going to have to try and figure out where the clams are. I mean, we can see Arctic Moon here is really trying to starve Aegis for clams. They have 21 clams, and Aegis only has 5. So Aegis is doing... Oh, did they break that? Oh my gosh, in overtime?
Did.
Oh.
Just as overtime started. What a fantastic way to win.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And one thing that I really think that Arctic Moon did well there is just Twig and Tatel were putting in so much work with the K52 and that brush, just being absolute nuisances, which is so powerful.
Yeah, if you have, the brush on one side, doing brush things as they do, just completely distraction. And then the kill power that the K52 does have coming up around, pairing up together, I mean, that can be very deadly.
Yeah. So now again on round 2, just like round 1, we are going into game 3 with, 1 game on the side of Aegis, 1 game on the side of Arctic Moon. So it seems like there's no lack of excitement in this tournament here today. Yeah,
I mean, you love to see it. First 2 games on stream, going to game 3. That's something that you love to see, absolutely. And the next game that we will be going into is for game 3 of round 2 here on the stream, Splat Zone's Sturgeon Shipyard. I feel like this is a pretty well balanced map. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. So I think with the way both of these teams have been playing, this is going to be a good map and mode together to see how they play out for game 3.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Hydra come out again. I think that can perform really well here. I'm also expecting to see a lot of Booyah Bombs. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that K52 again. That is a weapon that can really shine here.
Yeah, this is a great map and mode for Booyah Bomb. I mean, it's a pretty long zone, so definitely a Booyah Bomb I feel like is something you want for this. Maybe Migster will come out again with that Kensa Dynamo with the Booyah. Twig with that Kensa 52 with the Booyah Bomb as well. That would be great to see from both of them.
It absolutely would. With such a big zone, I feel like there are a lot of times where you just need that extra little something to cap it.
Ooh, and interesting here, as we see both teams come out here, I think it's interesting we're seeing Dark on the splatter scope here. So opting for not a Splatling this time, but a Charger. And I like that it's the Bomb Rush splatter scope, so that's going to be very helpful for capping the zones here. But both teams do have a Booyah Bomb exactly like we were hoping, so that's great.
Yeah, and we also see both teams coming out with a Kensa Splatter Shot, which I don't think we've seen from either of these teams yet. A really popular weapon. I mean, just kind of the face of Slayers in the current meta.
Oh yeah, totally. I like too that we're seeing both the teams come out with it, like you said. I mean, that'll be good to see how they play out together. And as we were talking about that, within the first minute, there was a full wipe on the side of Aegis. So Arctic Moon putting in work here to keep the zone and act defensively.
Yeah, and it looks like this NZAP is already putting in work with 4 splats. That's something you really love to see.
Yeah, that is, especially from an NZAP. I mean, that is definitely something you love to see. And it looks like Aegis here trying to do everything they can to push back in here, but Twig with that K52 followed up with the NZAP just doing a great job at acting aggressively together. And it looks like finally Aegis is going to go ahead and cap the zone as they push up and try and call out anyone they see from Arctic Moon left.
Yeah. Arctic Moon was doing such a fantastic job of pushing up, but it seemed like, Twig ended up being alone at the end there, and they were able to just kind of sneak right by him. But just as we say that, Aegis is now going 2 down, 3 down. Could this be the delayed wipe? Yeah, that's the delayed wipe for Aegis. Arctic Moon is going to get a big opportunity here, and Tadal is making things happen with this NZAP. This is amazing to see.
Yeah, I love that Tato is playing carefully, but also pushing up and painting, so that's making it that much harder for Aegis to be able to push in. Tato painting around, hoping to get that armor ready, and I see on the side of Aegis, they had all their specials ready, missiles, hammer, booyah bomb, they went ahead and popped all of them, and doing that was great because that helped them cap the zone, and they took 2 down as they did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we're seeing something really interesting happening here, where you look on the side of Arctic Moon, and they have a huge advantage in the number of splats that they're getting, but yet you don't necessarily see that translated into points, right? Aegis is looking like they're about to catch up, when in reality, just Tadal alone has more splats than the entirety of Aegis combined.
That is really interesting to see and pay attention to. Turtle, oh my gosh, Turtle popping up with that hammer, gonna get a pick with the hammer, and there are 2 down on the side of Arctic Moon, so Aegis is doing a good job at trying to work together to keep Arctic Moon away, but 2 do go down on the side of Arctic Moon. Tato with that NZAP, being aggressive, gonna go ahead and get 2 kills with that NZAP. That was really good and really needed for Arctic Moon to be able to push up and get the zone back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just saw a fantastic change of zone. For a minute there, Aegis was just going on a killing spree. I mean, kind of taking that zone back by force, and Arctic Moon managed to really squeeze their way back in there. And again, you see Tadal and Twig putting in just so much work.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at pairing up together very well. Turtle popping up with that hammer, gonna go ahead and get a pick on Tato, and popping that 10 shield in zone, trying to help paint the zone and act as a distraction. Gonna get a great pick on Twig there, and they did everything that they could to try and paint over the zone. Aegis was doing everything they could. They got picks that they needed to, but it looks like it just wasn't quite enough for them, and Arctic Moon is going to go ahead and take this game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Aegis was so incredibly close to putting that much needed, penalty on with 4 seconds left. But Arctic Moon, like you said, just able to really pull through. They had it quite the clutch factor, I think, throughout this whole set.
Yeah, they really did. And that was like a lot of back and forth. I mean, Aegis they were doing a really good job there at trying to come back. I mean, you saw them do the pushes back. They would cap the zone. But just the way that I feel like, we saw Twig and Tato pairing up very well together. Stuff like that really is good when teams can pair up like that. And I think that really helped them shine through in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to be going into round 3. Let's see. Do we know what teams we're going to be seeing in round 3 just yet?
Let's see here. So next up, round 3 is going to be Carnage Pickup versus Hysteria. Now, Carnage Pickup, I know, so Carnage Gaming right now only has 2 members, Brock and bronze, and so they're probably going to be playing with 2 other people that's going to be making it a pickup. And then Hysteria, let's see. Just looking here. So Hysteria has members called Cass, Lau, Dafter, Lex, and Lox. So those will be the 2. Oh, wait, I think I clicked on the wrong. No, I clicked on the right.
That was right, yeah. So what I'm really excited about for this round is going to be some of the maps we're going to see. So right away, we're going to start with Tower Control on Starfish main stage, a map that I was so excited to see in round 1, except it wasn't actually the map that was supposed to be played. So
yeah, that'll be fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, we're looking like we're going to go into Rainmaker on Blackbelly, which is a really fun sort of close range map, and finishing off on Clam Blitz on Inkblot. Yeah,
the way we've been getting to see game 3s, I think that'll be interesting to see if we can get there again for this round 3 match. And I'm actually looking for Hysteria. I read the wrong team. So Hysteria is Cam, Morsa, Valo, Lara, and Sedsar. And they won their last matchup against Micklin Heroes. So Micklin is actually a very strong team. I think that's very great that they won against them. So getting to see this Carnage pickup versus Hysteria is going to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, we're going to be starting off on Tower Control Starfish main stage. What are some of the things you think we might see out of this map and mode here?
This map and mode, I know that, for one, I know that on the side of the Carnage Gaming pickup team, Bronze just pretty much strictly plays Jet Squelcher with the Stingray. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing that from Bronze. Now on the other side of Hysteria, I'm guessing we're going to see a Stingray weapon come out as well. This map and mode in particular, once you get past that second checkpoint, this is one of those ones too where it can just really snowball out of control for the other team that hasn't gotten to the second checkpoint. So this will be fun to see the way the teams take that on.
Absolutely. I mean, just like you said, we got Bronze coming in with that custom Jet Squelcher. Not a surprise there. But it looks like other than that, I mean, even with that, that is a very aggressive comp they're running there. They have the 10 attack, which is, you know, never fails to excite. And on the side of Hysteria, they're coming in with... Oh wow, already 2 members down. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that. 2 members down on both sides.
Yeah, both sides did go 2 down there right away as we see Hysteria start to push up here, getting the other 2 members of Carnage down as well. So they did a good job at getting a full team wipe there, but they had to be very careful about the way they follow up here because everyone on Carnage is back here and they're calling out everyone from Hysteria as they try and take the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a very small push, and we were just seeing that go pick for pick. Hysteria now going 3 members down, and it looks like that was a delayed wipe, so Carnage has an opportunity to make a pretty good push here.
They totally do as they start to... I like that they had Sachi up here, push up on Snipe. We're seeing a great inkjet picks there from Sachi. That's exactly what we want to see when you are pushing through this first checkpoint. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for Hysteria to get past. This is that exact choke point I was talking about where it can snowball.
Yeah, I mean, and 2 wipes in a row on the side of Hysteria is, you know, on this map, oftentimes enough to finish the game. We already got that push down to 27, and it's like you said, once you get down to, you know, these you know, low 20s, I mean, it is very difficult to stop this push. But of course, as we say that, Hysteria doing a good job.
Oof. They did a really good job at getting 3 down, but Brock here was just juggling the tower, getting jumps for his teammates, and getting that tower all the way down to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was an extremely aggressive use of that Splattershot Junior. I mean, he was able to take out 3 members of Hysteria, but it does look like that tower is making its way back to mid now. I don't know if we're going to be able to see another push down to 5 here. That is big on a map like this.
Yeah, that was really big, and then we're seeing too, like Bronze on that Squelcher is in mid, getting jumps for their teammates. So, you know, Bronze is alone in mid, but just putting up a lot of pressure that Hysteria is having a hard time taking past here. And we're seeing on the right side there, we saw Sedsar try and do a flank, but Sachi was right there to be watching that and got a nice trade. So finally, though, Hysteria is starting to put points on the board, but they're going to have to be very careful because it looks like the way Carnage is pairing up here, they're doing a good job at making sure they call anyone out.
Yeah, absolutely. Hysteria is starting to make a push up, but very quickly they're going 2 down, and it looks like Carnage is going to be able to put a stop to this tower, and he's now moving back to mid. And, you know, I think that this... You know, we are seeing 2 incredibly aggressive comps come out from both of these teams. And, you know, I don't know if it's that backline pick that is really helping Carnage to sort of, you know, like you said, make all those jumps back into mid, make all those callouts from behind while the rest of the team is able to be aggressive like that.
Yeah, that's like exactly, you know, as a quote-unquote backline anchor, that's exactly what we're seeing Bronze do there. And it's making it that much harder for Hysteria to be able to push back in. I mean, Carnage, they're pushing up from all angles. They're on the snipe. We're seeing Sachi pop up again with that Inkjet getting another pick, and they're just making it so difficult for Hysteria to be able to push back in.
Absolutely, and we're seeing huge KAs here on the side of Carnage, and it looks like they are going to be able to get that knockout. All right. And look at that map. I mean, that is a lot of green.
Yeah, it is, and that's, you know, that's Carnage too. They were constantly getting armors, Inkjets, Bronze constantly getting the Stingray. Look at the KA, that shows exactly what you were talking about too. I mean, the KA is just insane on the side of Carnage.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 with that Splattershot Junior. I mean, and we saw that in action when Brock had jumped to the tower and taken out 3 members of Hysteria immediately.
Mm-hmm. So next we will be going into Rainmaker on Blackbelly Skate Park. This is, okay, I'm not much of a Blackbelly Skate Park fan, but this is probably my favorite mode version, Rainmaker on Blackbelly. How do you feel about it?
Absolutely. I mean, Blackbelly is one of those maps where in something like Tower or Splat Zones, I mean, the objective is so centralized that it tends to be a map that really, really favors those short-range weapons. You see a lot of Tri-Sloshers coming out here, things like that. But when you have something like Rainmaker, where the map is flattened out in the middle, it creates a room for more diversity of weapons. There's a lot more room to play a solid, backline, whether that be a splatter shot or a splat link here on this map when you're in this Rainmaker sort of build for it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that big tower that's going to be in mid. It's flat. The map itself is a lot flatter, but weapons like you were talking about, Tri-Slosher, rollers, things like that can hide or hang above ledges are going to be really crucial, or not crucial, but just really helpful on this map in particular. Now, I'm guessing we're going to see, again, Bronze on that Squelcher, but I'm wondering if we're going to see any type of backline from the side of Hysteria, or they're going to stick with that short-range comp.
Right, that will be interesting to see. I mean, there was obviously such an advantage of having the backline in Game 1, but, like we said, Blackbelly being a map that favors short-range comps so much, we might see them stick with what they got.
Yeah, this could be the map in particular that the short-range comp that they do have will help them out. So as we go into this next game 2, we are going to see some weapon switch-ups. So on the side of Hysteria, we're going to see a K-Machine, we're going to see Luna, and then on the other side, we see a switch to a Slosher and the Splashomatic. Yeah,
it's funny. We talk about how Hysteria could benefit from a backline, and then we see them come out with an even more aggressive comp.
Mm-hmm.
I do really love the bringing out the K-Machine here. I think that's a weapon that can really shine on a map like this.
Yeah, K-Machine and the Luna too. It's not something that's picked often, the Luna, but it definitely can be good for all the ledges that this map offers. And we're seeing Bronze trying to pop the Stingray and get that pick on the Rainmaker carrier. Doing a great job using that Stingray. And it looks like Carnage did a good job at grouping up and playing defensively, getting a full wipe on Hysteria. And now Carnage is going to be the ones grabbing the Rainmaker and starting to push up.
Yeah, absolutely. I also really like that we're seeing the Slosher and the Splasher-matic come out on the side of Carnage. I think that the Splasher-matic is a phenomenal weapon for a map like this.
Yeah, it really is a good weapon. The range that it offers is very good for this map. Now, we're seeing Hysteria. They are grabbing the Rainmaker, pushing it actually on this left side here, as opposed to taking it mid. And they will go ahead and take the lead. And they're going to go ahead and do a good job at keeping up pressure. Morsa tried to get a jump here for Sedsar, but Morsa did go down as the jump happened. So as the members of Hysteria are jumping in, it looks like they are going to get completely wiped as Carnage does take the Rainmaker back.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shachi is really doing a great job of taking this Splasher-matic and turning it into that sort of hybrid Slayer support weapon that you like to see it as. You know, getting so much turf and also currently leading in splats on their team.
Yeah, that's really good that they are using that splash in an aggressive manner like that. It is going to help definitely in countering the aggressive picks that Hysteria has. And right now, there is a little bit of a fight back and forth through mid. Valo going to go ahead and get that pick on Brock, but is going to get called out by Terra on the Slosher. So right now, both teams do have, well, as I was saying that, there was 3v3, but Carnage is going to get a full wipe on Hysteria, so they know that this is the moment they need to push, use their specials to get the lead back on their side.
Yeah, and just as you say that, we see the bomb rush coming out on the side of Carnage with that Slosher, and it looks like they might be able to take this lead, and there it is.
Yeah, great job for Carnage for taking the lead, and not only taking the lead, but they went ahead and dunked the Rainmaker. So looks like this complete set here, since this is a best of 3, will be going to Carnage as they take that 2-0 over Hysteria.
Yeah, I mean, a really fantastic performance. Again, I mean, we saw Terra doing some amazing things with that Slosher. I mean, they really were kind of popping those burst bomb rushes at all the very crucial times when they needed to push forward, and that's something that you really like to see.
Yeah, I think that the way that last push especially, I mean, Carnage, they all waited to use their specials. They had the bombers, they had the Stingray, they had the armor, they had the Inkjet. They had it all, and that's something you want to see when you're trying to get a push for the lead. I like that they didn't panic, no one died, they all waited together to push up and get the lead, so that worked out very well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it can be really easy to see your opponents take the lead and get nervous and make some really bad moves, and we didn't see that. Like you said, Carnage was so composed throughout the entire set, and I think that's really what did it for them. That and just a phenomenal choice of weapons, being able to, that Stingray was so helpful in both tower control and Rainmaker, as it tends to be, and they were able to make such great calls of where the opponents were at all time. I mean, it seemed like Hysteria, while they were good at playing aggressive, the members of Carnage knew where they were at all times.
Yeah, that's something you want to be, like, as a team, you want to be calling that out, where's this person? Oh, the last person is over here. Looks like they did a good job at calling out everyone they saw, so that way they could team up together to push up to get those people, because you don't want to be, especially on a map like Black Valley where a flank can happen very easily, you don't want to be taken aback by a flank like that. So that's good. They did a great job at watching where everyone was.
Yeah, absolutely. So next we're going to be going into round 4. I think there are probably still going to be a lot of teams that are playing in round 3 here, because that was such a quick set. Yeah,
let's see here. So while we wait, let me go ahead and pull up what the bracket looks like now so I can try and look over that. So in round 3, looks like Sayonara went 2-0 over Helix, and then Starburst went 2-0 over Sunrise. Carnage, which we all just saw on stream, went 2-0 over Hysteria. So a lot of 2-0s this round, as opposed to the last round that we saw where there was, the 2-1s. And looks like the last one we are waiting for is Arctic Moon versus Beguiling Dark Pulse. So it looks like that's the last one we're waiting for to be able to move into the next round.
Yep, and right now over there it looks like Dark Pulse is standing at 1 win, so we'll see how that plays out. And now we have some really fantastic teams this week. Like you said, we have Sayonara that just won a 2-0 over Helix. Hopefully we'll get to see them on stream. They just put in, such phenomenal work in every set they play. In fact, last week at Swimmer Sync, we got to see a team that was loosely based off of Sayonara actually, took the whole tournament.
Yeah, we got to see that wonderful Sayonara pickup with DJ and Biscuit added onto the pickup, so that was really good to see. And it looks like... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to point out that we also have Starburst here, which, they have done some really phenomenal things lately, coming, making all the way to grand finals in the North America Open that Nintendo had hosted in September. So I would not be surprised to see them make it very far in this tournament tonight.
Yeah, and as I'm looking here too, it looks like the bracket did refresh itself. So, Arctic Moon and Beguiling Dark Pulse, I'm just going to call them Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse went 2-0 over Arctic Moon. So, moving on to the next round. Round 4 is going to be Sayonara versus Dark Pulse, and then Starburst versus the Carnage pickup.
Fantastic, and let's... Alright, so do we know who we're going to have on... Oh, it looks like next up we're going to be going to Dark Pulse versus Sayonara on stream. This is going to be a really exciting game. I know we were just talking about Sayonara and how excited we are to be able to see them. So, hopefully, definitely we're going to see fantastic performance.
Yeah, looking at the bracket too, this is really getting down to the wire. So the next teams is Sayonara versus Dark Pulse, which we're going to get to see here on the stream. And then it's going to be also Starburst versus the Carnage pickup playing on the other side. So this is really getting down to the wire, and we're going to get to see these two teams hash it out here. So on... Ooh, I'm actually... Okay, I just got so excited because I didn't realize Dark Pulse is essentially a team called Desire. As I pull up their roster. So Dark Pulse has Alleycat, SS Nolan, Flurry, Opie, and Jester on the roster. So I'm not sure which 4 are playing, but Alleycat, SS Nolan, and Opie are on a team called Desire.
Oh, fantastic! All right, I'm not familiar with them, but I'm very excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, Desire hasn't been playing a ton recently, but they have won in the past. They have had some upsets in tournaments. They've performed really well, so I'm excited to actually see them be playing here in a partial pickup. And on the side of Sayonara, we're going to be seeing, I'm not sure which 4 are playing, but it's going to be Burning, Avi, Bagel, DJ, Dylan, and Sun are on the roster. So this is going to be a really good game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This entire lobby is just, so incredibly skilled at this game. And what I like about this is when you see a game where you have 2 teams at, just the absolute highest level, it becomes a game of strategy because you can't simply hope to beat your opponents through having better mechanical skill, because you have to assume that your opponents are just going to be equally skilled as you. So it becomes completely a game about being able to strategize, make good weapon comps, make the right calls and the right picks at the right time.
Yeah, and being able to pair up your specials very well is going to be very important. As we look at who's going to be playing, so on Dark Pulse we have it's Opie, Alleycat, SS Nolan, and Jester are going to be on the roster tonight. So, and then on Sayonara, Ginny, which I'm guessing is Sun, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure who that other one is. Okay, Bagel is playing. So I'm not totally sure. They all changed their names.
Yeah, we have someone coming in with the Supernova Zero tag here.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Zero? I guess I think I'll be able to tell by what weapons they're playing, so we'll try and go off of that.
Yeah. Just look for the Nautilus, and then you know that that's Bagel.
Mm-hmm.
And our first game here is going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart.
This will be really fun to see. I mean, if DJ is playing DJ on the Slosher, I think this will be a really good map and mode for DJ. And it's also important to note, too, as we get into this round 4, so we were on the stream, the last rounds that we saw were best of 3s. This is, since it's getting down to the wire towards the end of the bracket here, it's going to be a best of 5.
Oh, fantastic. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I hope we make it to a Game 5. There's nothing I want to see more right now than 5 games of these two teams going up against each other.
Yeah, and as we see both of the teams here come out, on the side of Sayonara, we are seeing, I'm guessing that is DJ, and then Ginny, I'm guessing is Sun, but I could be wrong on that, Junior, and we're seeing an L3 and a Nautilus. So, and then on the other side we are seeing a Gal, Brush, Pro, and Charger.
Yeah, these are two really interesting comps. I would expect nothing but a Slosher coming out from DJ and the Nautilus coming out from Bagel, and right away we see Sayonara taking a good amount of map control, but they're 2 down now.
Yeah, they did a great job at pushing up, getting the zone. They have the score at a 63. We're seeing DJ trying to go ahead and pop these defensive missiles to keep the members of Dark Pulse back. But Dark Pulse here trying to work together. Opie coming in with that baller to act as a distraction, attempting to. The zone is going back and forth here. There's only 2 up on the side. Only 1 up on the side of Sayonara, so finally Dark Pulse is going to be able to push up and take the zone, but just in time for it to go back on Sayonara's side.
Wow, that is so interesting, and now we see Dark Pulse going 3 down as well. I have to say, I honestly thought that was going to be, a big push from Dark Pulse. But one thing that I really like that we're seeing out of Dark Pulse is, when they know when to fall back. We don't see a lot of their members coming up alone and just feeding like you can see when you start to get behind like this. They are staying really composed, and it looks like they're working to hopefully get a special push going. But just as I say that, we're going 2 down on the side of Dark Pulse, and we have Sayonara starting to pop some specials.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're all the way down to 13 here as Dark Pulse is 3 down once again.
Yeah, it looks like this is just going to be it. This is going to be game 1. That happened so fast. Dark Pulse was trying very hard to push in with the specials that they had. I saw the Opie's baller come out a few times. I saw the Booyah Bomb come out. But Sayonara just did a great job at grouping up together and staying together to just keep the pressure up and keep the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking over the KAs, I mean, Dark Pulse really was playing a good game. I mean, for such a short game, they had, all of them had 4+ KA, so they weren't unable to take out the members of Sayonara. It just seemed like, even in that moment when Sayonara went 3 down, somehow they still had presence on the map. I mean, and that is something that you see here at these highest levels. These teams really know how to continually put on pressure, even as they start to go down members.
Yeah, once you start getting into teams that are on the high level of the game, I mean, it's insane to me how they know and how they can play out where there's only 1 or 2 members up, but their teammates can comprehend right away that they can jump in and survive if they can, and stay alive, jump back in to keep pressure up, and I think that's pretty much exactly what we saw Sayonara do there as they work to keep the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. So now for our second game, it looks like we're going to be going back to tower control on the Reef.
I think this will be really good to see. Tower control on the Reef. Again, I really like this map and mode together. It's fun to play. It's fun to watch teams play on it. And one thing I think is interesting is if we're going to see, the only real main backline that we saw in that last match was Jester on the Chargers. So I'm interested mostly if that's going to be coming back or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see that come back. Tower control on the Reef, a map and mode that we already get to see once on the stream tonight, but it didn't last long enough. I think that I'm ready to see it again here with these 2 phenomenal teams.
I agree. I'm ready to see it again. I'm ready to see some back and forth action coming out, especially from these 2 teams, and I'm guessing, a lot of these players that I've seen from both of these teams, I mean, they're pretty much one-trick players, so I'm guessing we're going to see same comps come out here. It'll just be really a deciding factor of who can win these 1v1s, who can pair up well, as we see both of the teams go out.
Absolutely. And I think that on the side of Dark Pulse, we saw Opie really make a phenomenal use of that baller a number of times, and I'm interested to see if they stay with the same weapon, if they're going to be able to kind of make that special shine here on tower control as well.
Yeah, I know that he does like to switch. He plays brush, but he does like to switch the variation of the brush. So I'm interested what special brush he will be picking this time.
All right, so we see 2 really similar comps come out. Like you said, Jester is again going to bring out that splatter scope, which I'm really excited to see what they can pull off with that. This is a fantastic map for that, especially up on bridge here. And DJ right away just doing a phenomenal job of taking some map control, building up a little bit of special.
And this was a great and just immediate inkjet there that popped up. And Bagel following up with yet another inkjet. Immediate pressure being put onto Dark Pulse's spawn. Looks like DJ here did a good job at noticing there were members around the tower, came back to the tower to help stop that. And finally, though, for Dark Pulse, 2 are down on the side of Sayonara. They are going to have to figure out where the last members are. It looks like they're trying to push back in here to guard the tower and make sure they take out anyone they see.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like the strategy we saw coming out from Sayonara right out of the gate was just push up as far as possible, completely suppress Dark Pulse, and just make way for that push. And it looks like they are still trying to do that with the tower making its way back up to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, they already have this tower back to where it was, and they have a full wipe on Dark Pulse here, so this is going to be really difficult for Dark Pulse to figure out how to get back into this. I mean, Sayonara has constant specials coming out here. They are on the tower, still pushing it. Looks like finally the tower rider does go down, but just in time for DJ to be back on the tower juggling it.
Yeah, all the way down to 10 points now. We see Opie goes down, but Sayonara themselves is now 3 players down, with Nolan taking that last splat. Now, are they going to be able to make the counter push here? they're doing a good job of keeping members of Sayonara down. Again, Sayonara already is 3 members down. It looks like Dark Pulse is starting to take quite a bit of map control. Let's see if they can keep the pressure on here. And look at that, all of mid is purple. Just so fast to swap over like that.
Yeah, and I was just noticing, it looks like Bagel was sharking on that right flank. I don't know if anyone was able to notice he was there, but it looks like no one noticed he was there as he's popped up there, and looks like he got 2 picks, and the other members of Sayonara are able to follow up with that. And looks like Sayonara already has their specials ready, and they're ready to put pressure back on Dark Pulse.
Yeah, absolutely. They're bringing the tower back again past mid, and once again for the 3rd time we have the tower approaching the first checkpoint, or where the first checkpoint was anyway.
Yeah, they have.
We have this player who's not 0 here, really picking up and being extremely aggressive.
Yeah, they're really adding to it, especially with that double inkjet they're pairing with Bagel. I mean, that's something you don't want to see when you're coming out of spawn, just respawning as 2 inkjets on your face like that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we see Dark Pulse now like doing an incredible job of keeping map control. They have solid control of mid, and they really just need to find that sort of suppressive play that Sayonara has been doing to make this big push here.
Yeah, it looks like finally Dark Pulse is able to start putting points on the board. They're going to go ahead, and they have their specials. We saw Ophi pop that baller. We're seeing the armor get popped as well. Nolan has his Booyah Bomb ready, and it looks like there's going to be a nice trade happening there, but just Nolan is on the board on the side of Dark Pulse, popping that Booyah Bomb. Looks like their teammates are trying to jump to them, but looks like it wasn't quite in time as Sayonara was able to stop the tower.
Yeah, and we saw Nolan putting in a lot of work there, but once you get to a point where you are the last one left and surrounded by opponents, it is so hard to keep up that pressure. And now we see the tower going back to mid, and it looks like we're getting into a little bit of a stalemate here. I think Sayonara's move right now is to just try to play defensive and prevent that tower from going anywhere. And of course, just as I say that, Dark Pulse takes the tower. Sayonara goes 1 down. That's Bagel down. Now they're 2 down, DJ and Bagel. So this could be a really good opportunity with Nolan popping the Booyah Bomb.
Yeah, Nolan popped that Booyah Bomb, gets that pick there. I like that you saw them all call out that left flank there. Ophi hanging out under these ledges. That's totally what they need for this brush here. Though there are 2 down on the side of Dark Pulse, Bagel is behind the tower.
Oh, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the push. Oh, that was so close to see that push all the way up to 14. I really thought that Dark Pulse was going to clutch out that game.
Yeah, in that, last minute, it seems Dark Pulse was able to push back a lot of points that they really needed. And I thought they were going to be able to potentially pull it off too, but looks like I didn't notice how, but somehow Bagel got behind the tower and really helped get those 2 picks, and then that was pretty much it from that point.
Yeah, that's something that we see Bagel able to do a lot. Really get some nice flanks with that Nautilus. I just want to point out that we saw 17 splats from Nolan alone on the side of Dark Pulse. So again, in the second game, similar to the first game, Dark Pulse is playing so well. It just seems like Sayonara is able to just get what they need at the exact right time.
They were. And as we go into this next game, this is game 3. So if Sayonara wins this, they'll be going on to, I think it's finals for the bracket here on winner side. So if Dark Pulse can win this game, we could be going to game 4. Dark Pulse is really going to have to pull it together if they want to win this to keep this set going.
absolutely. We see very similar comps coming out from both teams. Nolan again with that Kensa Pro with the triple main power-up, something that you see quite a lot on that weapon. We have, of course, Bagel and DJ coming out with the Slosher and the Nautilus again.
Yeah, and we are seeing both teams do have one down. Looks like Sayonara is going to immediately grab the Rainmaker here and start trying to push it through this right cut. And there's a lot of trades that just happened there. So much happened there in that right cut there.
Yeah, absolutely. Not able to make a very big push, and we see Opie coming up from behind with that flank. And then Opie goes down, and now... Oh, we see a player on the side of Sayonara go down as well.
Looks like Sayonara here grabs the Rainmaker, gets it down past this drop here. They're just pushing points. It's going to be really difficult for Dark Pulse to be able to come back from this. And Sayonara dunked it. I mean, within... I don't even know if we got through the first minute there.
Yeah, wow, that was just an incredibly fast KO. So, I mean, and looking at the KA, I mean, you know, Bagel in a game that I think was under a minute scoring those 5 splats. I mean, that's does so much in a mode like Rainmaker. I mean, your ability to push is so directly tied to your ability to keep your opponents from being able to play the game, and that's exactly what Bagel was doing.
Yeah, they did exactly that and helped push the Rainmaker. And, I mean, we saw Opie there try and grab the Rainmaker, try and get it away from their side of the map, but Sayonara just did a great job at grouping up together, and they were able to push it through that.
Yeah, and it looks like not only did this set finish incredibly fast, but it looks like the other set between Starburst and Carnage pickup that was off stream finished incredibly fast as well, with Starburst taking the 3-0 over Carnage pickup, which means in finals here we're gonna see Sayonara versus Starburst.
Ooh, this is gonna be great seeing in finals Sayonara versus Starburst. 2 very strong teams, both with very strong members. And so this is going to be, whoever wins this will then be waiting for the losers side of the bracket to be done for the winner of the loser side, because then that way they will fight the winner of losers in grand finals.
Yes, and you know, I have to say I wouldn't be surprised if we see the grand final set look exactly like this next set. I mean, these 2 teams are both so dominant. I can only imagine that whichever one of them makes it down to losers is going to have a hell of a losers bracket run. Yeah,
I agree with exactly what you said. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw these 2 teams fighting each other again later on in the bracket. And both teams are comprised of very strong members. I mean, we were talking about the members of Sayonara, and on the side of Starburst, like you said, was able to get very far in the NA Open. Starburst has Ice, Jared, Bran, and a number name, which I'm not sure if that is.
Yeah, I am very excited to see this next set. You know, like we were talking about earlier, both of these teams are just playing at the absolute highest level. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that we really love to see, you know, and this is what's so great about Swim or Sync. You know, it's growing this community so much by having this absolute top level play literally every single week here on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, I love that we're getting to see, you know, more of these teams on a weekly basis, as opposed to, you know, maybe once or twice a month on the weekends. This is happening weekly, so it's really great that, not only the top teams, but mid-level, low-level teams can enter this and get to play on a weekly basis as opposed to just, that one tournament that might be once a month.
Yeah, absolutely. To see that, and then, it's such an interesting tournament too, because it is a mix of these composed teams that are at the highest level, new teams that are coming in at a lower level, and then you also see a lot of pickups, like we just saw with Dark Pulse being, and even we have Carnage pickup here being kind of an amalgamation of multiple members from other teams too. I mean, it's just such an interesting tournament every single week.
Yeah, that's something too. Totally, that's good to highlight that, pickups can enter these things weekly. I mean, if it's always, difficult when you just have to wait for that one tournament that had been around, once a month or twice a month, as opposed to getting to get a group of people together weekly and get to keep playing this game competitively. Right,
exactly. And it's a little bit more low stakes where you get to kind of try out, like you said, new team members and new things and see what really works.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our two teams readying up now. Again, we're going to be seeing Sayonara versus Starburst. I mean, just two absolutely phenomenal teams. What do you expect out of this set here?
This set, I'm really excited to see, because these two teams have results. They're extremely strong. The members of both teams are extremely strong. I'm actually, as we go into this first game, Clam Blitz Piranha Pit, I'm guessing that Sayonara is going to keep a pretty similar comp to what we saw on the last set. Now, as we look at the side of Starburst, I know Ice is definitely a backliner, tends to play chargers, but I've seen Ice recently been playing other backline weapons, so we're going to have to see what Ice comes out with as we go out with this set.
Yeah, I believe we've actually been seeing a lot of heavy remix from Ice, which I really enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
So our teams are readied up here. We're going to be going into Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. This is another one of those maps for Clam Blitz that is so exciting because it's so squashed together.
Yeah, it's a long map, but also when you look at the angle the spawns come out, it is shorter in that sense. So as we see both of these teams come out, we're going to see Ice come out here with that Jet Squelcher with the Stingray, so not quite the Charger, but definitely still a backline weapon like we were thinking he would play.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it can be a really good weapon for something like this. That is the custom variation on the Jet Squelcher as well, which is going to come with those burst bombs, which are just very good for a little bit of added aggression, and of course the Stingray, which we've seen so much tonight. And right away we have Sayonara making the first push here, all the way down to 50.
Wow, they're just keeping this push up within the first minute. I mean, they're still working to grab clams. Bagel here popping this Inkjet, gonna try and keep up the pressure here, but Jared called that out. A good call up from Jared, and they're Starburst gonna go ahead and pop armor to act defensively, but I mean, Sayonara got that all the way down to 17 in the first minute, so Starburst is really gonna have to show us what they can do here if they want to work to get the lead.
Yeah, and we do see Jared really starting to get a lot of splats here. Like they took that delayed wipe, but I mean, what really amazed me about that push was that Sayonara seemed to never run out of clams. No matter how many points they scored, it was like they always had more clams. That's something that totally blows my mind. That really good teams can do in Clam Blitz. It's any team can make a push and score a power clam, but the best teams manage to keep the pressure up so much once they start that push. And we see now Starburst starting to put themselves in a position to make a decent push too.
Yeah, we saw Starburst there try and start to push up, but it was only this junior here that was left as clams went down. Now Starburst they did a good job there. They went 3 down, but they're already back at the basket with Jared here at the basket. Ice is going to go ahead and score. Now it's going to be their turn to get clams and keep throwing them in if they want to get a decent push in.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Starburst getting a lot of good picks. Already they're getting that count down to 38 now, but they don't have many clams left. Let's see what they can do with this. And getting the wipe on Starburst. I mean, nonetheless, though, a push down to 35, that is making a big statement.
Yeah, that wasn't quite the lead, but that was a very strong push. So there's definitely still time left in the game for Starburst to work to get the lead, since it is decently close here. Now, two do go down on the side of Starburst. Bagel pushing up aggressively with their teammates Inkjet, gonna get that pick on ice. And they have, Sayonara does have 11 clams as they start to jump in here and score those clams in.
Yeah, I mean, Sayonara breaking the basket, but like you said, they only had 11 clams. Now they're down to no clams without having taken their penalty down to 0. It seems like this push, like we said, you know, it's great that they were able to start to score points, but they just didn't have the resources they need to really make it count.
Yeah, they weren't able to quite get any other points on the board, but they did act as a distraction, but Starburst was able to have that pity clam, able to Starburst able to already come up here and score that in, score another clam in. Now they have to keep funneling clams in. If they want to go ahead and get the lead, just like that, they will get the lead. So this flipped immediately here as Starburst is still trying to score a few more clams.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, something that really amazes me about teams at this highest level is, you know, I can tell you that myself, if I were playing in a match like this against a team like Sayonara and saw them make an immediate push down to 17, you know, that would crush my hopes right there. And Starburst able to keep their composure and really continue on. But just like that, we see Sayonara making a push of their own and actually taking that game.
Yeah, Sayonara, I mean, this was like so evenly matched. They were both of these teams, they put extremely strong pushes in, and in that last instance there, Sayonara just had that winning push. It was their moment. They paired up, they got their specials ready, and I like that they pushed in with clams as opposed to the push they did before, where they just kind of broke the barrier but didn't get any points on the board. This push this time that ended that last match, I mean, that was a push that ended the match completely, and they scored, and they said, you know what, we're taking this set, we have the clams, we're just gonna take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such an exciting game to see there. It was like the pushes were all happening so fast and so rapidly. It was like before we could even finish reacting to one team making a huge push and taking the lead, the other team was already on it and doing the same. And if that's you know, any sign for what we're about to see for this whole set, I am very excited.
Yeah, that, like, it was just like both of the teams, they both had strong pushes. It wasn't one team over the other, and it was just it felt like in Sayonara's case, they knew that they didn't want to do the same thing they did for that last push, so they made sure they had the clams for that push, and they were able to win that. Now, as we go into this next game, it's going to be Splat Zones on New Albacore Hotel, and this map is a very big map, so I'm guessing we're going to see Ice bring out, I'm thinking, you know, probably a charger of some sort, Explosher. But on the side of Sayonara, I'm guessing we're going to see the same comp.
Yeah, oh wow, bringing out that mini Splatling, and surprisingly enough, we see Ice bringing out the custom Jet Squelcher again. I honestly was not expecting that. I thought for sure we were going to see a splatter shot here.
Yeah, a charger, a splatter scope. I was thinking that too as well. But we're seeing Ice getting that immediate stingray and causing DJ to have to jump back as there's essentially 3 down on the side of Sayonara. So this time Starburst has the zone. They pop specials immediately, and they're the ones putting on pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are seeing a big push right out of the gate here, and I love the way that Brand is making use of those torpedoes on the Rapid Blaster. To see the rolled torpedo combo there is so satisfying.
And right now, Sayonara is really looking here. They're looking to figure out a way to get back in the zone as they do get back in the zone. But unfortunately, that Nautilus on their team does go down, and Ice here with the Stingray and Jared with the Booyah Bomb. I mean, they had those immediately ready defensively, and they popped those and got the zone right back. So they have a penalty, but it's not quite a huge penalty as they're starting to push up here. We're seeing Jared push up, working with that Rapid Blaster on their team to just keep getting picks. But looks like they weren't quite paying attention as someone snuck behind and got the zone.
Yeah, but very quickly Starburst able to take that zone back. Jared just puts in so much work with this Kensa Pro. I mean they play it like it's a true frontliner weapon, you know, and it's amazing to see them get just completely up in the face of Sayonara and really be a nuisance there. And just as I say that, of course, Sayonara coming and taking back this zone with Bagel popping the Inkjet there.
Yep, they're gonna go ahead and take the zone back, and now Ice does have a Stingray ready. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and use it as the specials come out from the side of Starburst. So Armor, Booyah Bomb, Stingray popping up from Starburst, and just like that, all those specials, Brand gonna go ahead and pop their baller as well, gonna help them get back the zone. So Ice did go down in this case, but they were able to take the zone back and start working on their penalty and give Sayonara a penalty on their side.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, we are seeing some really great pushes come out from Sayonara here, but one thing that is truly making the difference on the side of Starburst is their ability to take back the zone so incredibly quickly. One thing I'm really noticing is that they know when to back down. It seems like whenever Sayonara takes the zone, rather than staying in there and all going down with a full wipe, Starburst is able to take a step back, assess the situation, and come back in. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do here, as we see them again take a step back, charge up some specials. We now have the Booyah Bomb on deck, and it looks like the Booyah Bomb is coming out right onto the zone, and wow, with just 3 points left, they are 3 points from, you know, losing the lead. They are able to take that zone back and put the penalty onto Sayonara.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where, you know, they call out, you know, it's okay if the other team gets a zone after we get it. That Starburst would be thinking, we just need to make sure that we have the lead here. As Starburst works to get their penalty down, we're seeing Sayonara try and work to pop their specials, but I mean, there's specials coming out from both sides here, just back and forth, as Starburst is doing a great job at keeping the zone.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really love the way that we just saw Brand use that baller, where they obviously didn't intend to get any kills with it. Rather, they just got up in the face of Sayonara, right, and distracted them, and then made their way almost all the way back to zone before that baller actually broke from all the pressure that Sayonara was putting on.
Yeah, a distracting baller is always very helpful in that case. Now, Sayonara has the zone, but they need to be very careful because Starburst, as we're seeing here, Starburst worked to get their specials, they popped them, and I mean, this is going back and forth. Starburst just continually doing such a good job at coming back and getting the zone with their specials.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, just to see that every time Starburst goes 1 or 2 members down, the whole team is able to regroup. You know, it's making such a difference right now in the way that they're able to get back into this zone so incredibly fast. And is Sayonara going to be able to cap the zone here? Yes, they are, but they still have a 30-point penalty.
Yeah, that was one of those cases where, you know what, it's okay. Starburst would be saying, it's okay if Sayonara takes the zone. We have the lead. But now, Starburst is going to have to play here to get the zone. We're seeing Ice trying to pop that Stingray. Brand doing a great job helping getting that pick here. 2 down on the side of Sayonara, and looks like Starburst did a good job there at coming in yet again with their specials to get the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to put us at 1-1 here, and I have to say, seeing that last second performance by Brand was really fantastic. Coming in first with the baller, again to kind of distract and really make an opportunity for the rest of their team and get Sayonara to just get out of the zone. And then as soon as that baller popped, they were able to, you know, roll that torpedo and get the direct with the Rapid Blaster. I mean, just such a good job of playing to that weapon's strengths and the kit's strengths.
Yeah, because if Bran is popping that baller, the other team is going to be distracted on trying to pop that or watching where the baller is. So with the specials that followed up with the baller were very good and very well paired together. Now we will be going into the next map, which is Rainmaker Sturgeon Shipyard. Do you have any thoughts about this map and mode together, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard. We were, this makes for such an interesting sort of game here, because there are really two ways that you can take that Rainmaker, and if you can manage to catch your opponents off guard and get them all to defend one way and then go the other way, it is so hard for them to cut you off. It is so hard because the map is so wide, whether you're coming from the right or the left side here.
Yeah, it really can be, detrimental if, you can distract the team, pretend you're going one way, but then go the other way. A lot of teams, though, at this higher level, they're really onto that. They can tell when that's going to happen. But I've seen pushes on this map with the Rainmaker that just happen in an instance, and there's no coming back from it. Especially, taking it at the left side, there's up the ramps that it offers. And so yeah, with the two teams that are coming out here, comps are looking, not too different from what we've been seeing.
No, not at all. One thing that I'm really interested in is seeing Jared here switch from the K-Pro, which is, almost all that we see them. Usually one tricking with that K-Pro, now rocking the Splash-O-Matic, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, that's gonna really help with the mobility. I'm guessing they're wanting to utilize that special, and we're seeing this Zero here. Actually, looks like they got a missile pick on Jared, and Sayonara gonna go ahead and grab the Rainmaker and start putting points on the board, but will be taken down as they get it to 63.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a good push right out of the gate. But, like we see again from Starburst, they're really able to regroup very quickly.
Yeah, Starburst doing a good job, acting defensively. We can see them there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and let the Rainmaker reset here and working to paint around to get their specials. Ice has their Stingray ready. Jared popping that Inkjet, and this the junior player here going to go ahead and grab the Rainmaker to start pushing with the specials.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see them go to the right, just as Sayonara did. And just like that, it looks like the push is going to be shut down. It really, what I like here that we're seeing is both teams are able to recover from a push and take back mid so fast. The speed at which the map just turned from purple to green was just amazing.
Yeah, and we saw that too immediately on the other side happen with the first push too. So yeah, both of the teams are doing a great job at. They know they need to paint mid to all get their specials if they want to have a counter push.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it looks like Sayonara was trying to start up another push, but Starburst able to cut them off right as they make that jump.
Yeah, it looks like they did switch up the path they wanted to go, taking it right as opposed to the left side here. But looks like the Rainmaker carrier did go down, but both teams have 2 up right now, so it might be detrimental here to see what Starburst can do with the Rainmaker, as both teams have 2 up as their members respawn.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Bagel kind of trying to hide behind here, now popping the Inkjet. Oh, and look at this, we have an Inkjet battle happening in the sky. That was amazing.
So many Inkjets.
Oh, wow, that was fantastic.
What a great trade there from Zero and Jared, both of the frontline players there getting a nice trade. Right now, mid-control looks like it's in Starburst's favor, and it looks like they're not going to pick it up quite yet. They're going to wait for Jared. Wait, as both teams are going to pop armor here. It's just really a battle right now of who can get picks on who, depending who will pick the Rainmaker. I mean, it's so back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really think that, it's important to point out just the amount of patience it takes when you're on the side of Starburst to not just make that push before you have the opportunity to. You know, it could have been so easy for a lower level team to make the mistake of trying to make a push too early. And just like that, we see Sayonara making the jump again, but once again getting shut down immediately.
Yeah, I think, you know, that they have the lead here, and then pushing it on that right side, currently right side here, that's really smart because it's making it that much harder for Starburst to be able to even get the Rainmaker. So within the last minute here, Starburst is going to have to play this very carefully if they want to potentially get the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm interested to see what Starburst, you know, what their plan of action here is. You see them playing really defensively and really patiently, and again, they're going to let that Rainmaker reset, which, like you said, is probably what Sayonara is trying to do here, right? Make it so inconvenient for Starburst to pick up the Rainmaker that they just don't. And just as I say that, we see Brand coming in with the Inkjet and taking out Bagel.
Yeah, that double Inkjet gonna go ahead and pop off there, but doesn't quite help them get the lead as Sayonara has stopped the Rainmaker and got 3 down on the side of Starburst as they call out where the last member is. So it looks like this is gonna be game for Sayonara.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, one thing that we saw right at the end there was Jared push up and try to really play into that Slayer role and just be a nuisance and get a couple of good picks. And that would have been so good at helping Starburst push forward. But I think, you know, had we seen Jared playing the K-Pro, a weapon that they're so incredibly comfortable and well practiced with, I think that could have gone very differently right at the last second there.
Yeah, definitely, you know, comfort picks can always come into play when it, you know, doesn't even matter on the map and mode. A comfort pick, a weapon that you're very comfortable with, can definitely make or break something. We will be going into the next game, which is game 4 on tower control and Chovy. So if Sayonara wins this, they will win the set. But if Starburst win this, we will be going to a game 5. So Starburst knows that they really need to kick it into high gear if they want to win this set for this game.
Absolutely, and you know, I won't be surprised to see them do just that. They are a team that can really pull out and make a really phenomenal performance when they know they have to.
Yeah, and this is so tower control and Chovy. I'm honestly expecting like same comps almost, you know. I'm expecting same thing from Sayonara, expecting ice on that jet squelcher. You know, It's just really gonna be who can get those pushes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I may be wrong about this, but I think that we've seen the same exact comp on Sayonara every game so far, if not very close to the same exact comp. And
the only switch up was that mini Splatling that that Bagel switched to that one game.
Yeah, and same thing on the side of Starburst. You know, these are players who are very comfortable in the weapons that they play, and you know, it does surprise me to see Ice playing that Jet Squelcher for this whole set, but you know, they are really doing a phenomenal job with it.
Yeah, that Stingray can be, I mean, it's very much in the meta right now, and I think Ice is definitely doing a great job at utilizing that. So as we look at both of the comps here, I mean, this is like the exact same comps. Both teams playing the exact same comps. So it's going to be really who can pair the specials well here, who can win those 1v1s, because these are the same comps, and they're just going to have to, we're going to have to see who can utilize them best.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see Jared going back to that Kensa Pro. Not a surprise there. And right out the gate, we have a nice push coming in from Sayonara. They are trying to make this a short game.
Yeah, Sayonara already getting past that first checkpoint. We're going to see Jared try and pop that Booyah Bomb to slow down the tower push. But right now, looks like Starburst is having a really difficult time getting in a position where they can drop down into this street area. Looks like they're going to finally drop down and get a pick on the Tower Rider. And Bagel, though, going to keep up that pressure with that Inkjet. Doing a good job at acting as a distraction. Starburst, though, finally able to get Sayonara off the tower and start making their way back into mid.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting we see Sayonara coming out with the double inkjet comp, similar to what Starburst had done last game, which is interesting because I think some of Starburst's best moments last game were when they would pop those two inkjets simultaneously. So hopefully we'll be able to see that again this time from the other side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that double inkjet, that's been a thing that's happening lately, and it is something. So we are seeing Starburst actually pushing past this first checkpoint and taking the lead. So they're popping now their specials here, the Booyah Bomb, the Inkjet, and they are just continuing to get points on the board as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've said it 100 times, and I gotta say it once more. What we see from Starburst, it looked at first like they were having a really, really difficult time. They were not pushing up much. But in reality, they were continuing to play this extremely patient game where they are not pushing up too fast. They are waiting for their turn. And when their turn comes, they are really taking advantage of it.
Yeah, that's something you want to see, patience. You'll know you can get the lead. You just have to make sure you're patient, make sure you stay alive, make sure you get those specials ready. So that's exactly what we've been seeing Starburst do. Now, 2 did go down on the side of Starburst. Looks like Sun here is finally able to take the tower back. And Sayonara is working to push the tower up. Sun gonna go down now, but there are 2 down on the side of 3 down now on the side of Starburst. So this could be the moment that Sayonara needs to push back for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And in that overhead view there, we saw some members of Sayonara are really starting to push up and go deep into Starburst's zone here.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing this defensive armor being popped as they know that all the specials are ready on the side of Sayonara. So there are 2 down on Starburst's side here, so just continual specials and pressure are being put out from Sayonara right now as they try and work through this first checkpoint. Starburst is going to have to play this very carefully if they want to make sure the lead doesn't go back on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, we saw that Junior jump out and wait for the rest of the team, again, trying to stay composed. But Sayonara is approaching the next checkpoint here, pushing down now to 45. This is looking like they might be able to take something here. And, of course, just as I say that, Starburst able to really, really shut down that push.
Yeah, there are... that was a great stop. The lead was very close to being on Sayonara's side, but Starburst did a really good job at stopping that push. Now, Ice trying to pop that Stingray, gets a pick with the Stingray, and we're seeing the Junior player here riding the tower, pushing it back on Sayonara's side. So, even though they don't need the lead here, I love that they're pushing the tower because they're making it more difficult for Sayonara to be able to push back in.
Right, absolutely. We're at a point now where even if Sayonara can get, a wipe or even get a few picks onto Starburst, they'll have enough time to regroup before Sayonara can get that tower all the way back to their plat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and right now, as we go into the last 10 seconds, there's 2 down on the side of Starburst. Sayonara knows that they need to play this perfectly if they want to win this set. They have all their specials ready. We can see them literally sitting here waiting to pop those specials at just the right moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, wow. I mean, look at how green that map is there. What a fantastic back and forth match, but Starburst able to clutch it out once again and really, really play to their strengths, really play defensively and keep that lead.
Yeah, we saw, oh my gosh, all the specials were ready on the side of Sayonara. That defensive Stingray came out from Ice, and then I didn't see which player it was, but someone on the side of Starburst snuck up and grabbed the tower through that Stingray. I mean, it looked like Sayonara had led that up perfectly, and I love that Ice had that defensive stingray, as people call it, the GG ray. I mean, that was exactly what that was.
Yeah. Oh, 100%, 100%. That ray, I mean, was very literally did spell GG for that game. And not only was it the fact that Ice popped that ray, but the fact that the other players were able to come behind and take advantage of it and take that tower.
Yeah, being able to, knowing, having the game sense to know that there's a stingray going on and distracting all the members of Sayonara, and knowing to sneak up in that was perfect. I mean, that won them that game. So as we go into this, we're actually going to be, I'm excited we're going into a game 5 with both of these teams, because both teams have 2 points on the board. We're going into game 5. This is going to be it to see who's going to be moving on to the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were hoping for a game 5, and we got it, and it has been every bit as exciting as I thought it could possibly be. So going into Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal, what are your thoughts on this map and mode here?
This map and mode, I think, is very interesting together. I'm honestly expecting, other teams, they'll switch up their comps, but these two teams are very set in their comps. I'm expecting the same comps from both teams here. I think those inkjets that we've been seeing, from both teams, are going to be very helpful for the pushes here. And I think that this map, you can flank on the right snipe, you can go straight up mid, and there's the left side that you can even flank on. So
yeah, there's a lot of ways you can go, and something in me is hoping that maybe Bran will pull out that Kensa Rapid again. It was just such an exciting pick and such a cool thing to see. Unfortunately not, and it looks like just as you predicted, we're going with almost the same exact comps here. Some changing of some kits, but other than that, looking all the same. We do have DJ pulling out the Soda Slosher, which I like to see. I think that Burst Bomb Rush is going to be really good for pushing into the Clan Basket.
I agree. I think that Burst Bomb Rush is going to be very detrimental for pushes, but immediately here, oh my gosh, Starburst getting a complete wipe on Sayonara, and they are pushing up, scoring clams in the basket. They have Bran popping this inkjet, getting a pick with that. Jared popping that Booyah Bomb. We're going to need to see some follow-up clams. We're going to see a few of those coming up here, and I like that Starburst is working through these specials here to keep throwing in clams and keeping Sayonara at bay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like you said, we saw Bran pop that inkjet at just the perfect time. That was something that you had actually called out before the game even started, how helpful that could be during a push, and we got to see that firsthand.
Yeah, getting that inkjet up over those ledges can be very deadly on this map, just like we saw. So I love that we got to see that right away. Now, both teams here, there's 2 down on the side of Sayonara, 3 down on the side of Sayonara. Starburst is throwing in clams. They scored again. They have a power clam if they can get this in.
Wow.
It's game, just like that.
Look at that, was so fast. It felt like not even 10 seconds after Starburst finished their first push, when you would think that things would reset to neutral a little bit. Immediately, they had 20 plus clams on their side. The way they were just able to keep that advantage, the advantage in the number of clams they had, was fantastic. That was such an incredible performance. It is not easy to get such a KO against another top level team like that.
Yeah, especially the games we had been watching were so back and forth. So I'm surprised that ended that fast, honestly. And GG's to both of the teams. The score says it all. This went to game 5. The matches we saw went back and forth constantly. So GG's to both teams, and congrats to Starburst for winning this set.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just fantastic. And even though Sayonara is getting taken out in this set, I would not be surprised if we see them make the losers run all the way back up and see a rematch here in grand finals. That would not surprise me one bit.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing these teams again. And so as we were able to get up to game 5, this will be the point where we are going to go ahead and take a break on the stream. And it's going to be a good night from me and Crit. Crit, it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you and commentating with you. Do you want to let everyone know where they can find you at?
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me on Twitter at critsuccess_. I going to be doing a lot more commentating here in the Splatoon scene.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. I love getting to commentate with all different types of people. You guys can reach me at Risahai on Twitch and Twitter. And thank you guys so much for being here with us watching the first 5 rounds of this tournament. We are going to go ahead and take a break here. And next up, German and Stu will be on the mic to take you guys through the rest of the tournament. We will be right back, folks.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you live from the bunkers of the Inkling Performance Labs. This is Stu, the announcer, joined here by German, and bringing you the 5th edition, the conclusion of the 5th edition of Swim or Sink, of course, brought to you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. We saw, of course, Starburst with a dominant performance in that Game 5 against Sayonara, perhaps getting a little bit of revenge for their Grand Finals loss in Swim or Sink 1 against the same side, German. But gotta say, when you're rolling in with confidence like that into Grand Finals, looks like victory might just come a little bit more convincingly than it might otherwise. But we have to determine their loser's side opponents could be one of these two teams, with Dark Pulse going up against Midnight, as we will go to the main stage for game number 1. And as we take a look at the compositions here, that triple MPU Kensa Splattershot Pro. And yeah, I guess we could have just called it a K Pro, but you know what? I feel a little verbose today. So certainly that's, if I will apologize if I'm a little bit more wordy than usual, but no apologies there for that 2v1 on the uptake, as the team in green is going to take on and take down their opposition with this early push, and they're going to get a lot of points on the board, make that 63 in total for Midnight as they go up, and that's it's a pretty decent start there.
Yeah, like, they did, yeah, Midnight really took their Rainmaker all to make that as a start. Like, much of a lead they have right now is that this is just their beginning of the match.
Yeah, and that's exactly the sort of momentum that you want to get for yourself, as Nolan going to try to draw up a little bit of momentum for their team with that Booyah Bomb. Unfortunately, not decent enough positioning for Midnight. For Dark Pulse, as Nolan's going to be stuck in this 2v1. Always a tough situation when you're with that K-Pro. That usually means that you are mandated, especially when you're on triple MPU, no movement options available. You are pretty much mandated at that point to hit your shots or else. And now the barrier breakage will come forth. Only 12 points on the board compared to the 63 that Midnight accrued in the opening gambit of this contest. And once again, Nolan trying to get these picks and just not being all that successful in doing so. They're really doing a decent job of isolating Nolan, all things considered, but too much damage being put on. Will eventually get that splat with the Booyah Bomb for Yoshi, and finally some forward progress on the part of Dark Pulse. Cut down by the Carbon Roller, but still points are points. And
Wow.
yeah, I mean, talk to us about it. We're seeing the Carbon Roller. That's the job, isn't it? To get that flank and try to get a numbers advantage on the field. But right now, you're at a deficit because you find yourself getting called out just a little bit too much. I'm kind of liking the sort of isolation tactics here being deployed by Midnight.
Yeah. Like, you can really like carving rollers. I would say for me, really hard. But I give to props to the people who actually can play carving. Like, it's all about like just finding like flanking and like charging when you get. So and now we see Dark Pulse having the Rainmaker. They're a little bit. I wouldn't really say. So they're like. Still trying to make it a little defense here, and it seems that Midnight used their missiles already. Oh, yeah, unfortunate. The bomb got the Rainmaker, and now we have a Ray pulled out. So this is like, this is a matchup right here, like you can see, and their carbon goes down.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious, and I'm relying on your expertise here, German. When you're talking about getting through that choke, you've already had it established that within 30 seconds, Midnight was able to push through and garner that 63-point advantage, which is slowly but surely getting cut down.
And I just had to stop myself from like all of that. Like,
they did it! They did it!
Oh my gosh! Like, wow, Dark Pulse, like managing to get that lead, just a bit of under a minute too.
I mean, what do you attribute that to? Because I was just about to ask, how do you foresee them getting through that choke when they're putting so many numbers by there? It seemed like there were just a multitude of numbers coming away from that choke, and that allowed the advantage to be accrued by Dark Pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Am I misreading that, or?
No, I think how can I really pull out words? Because words kind of hurt out of my mouth when I talk. Ooh!
Oh, gosh, well that hurts even harder, let me tell you. Nolan, gonna try to take some more heads through this choke, will not be successful. Eventually the splatter shot will garner a kill, but they were just behind the 8-ball, and game number 1 will go to Dark Pulse. And again, that was a big get there at the end. And it seemed like the defense just was trailing on a few too many shots. That was Nova leading the field with 10 splats, but Nolan, great individual effort by them, grinding out a victory there, leading their team with 8 splats, and maybe not too great an individual game in terms of stats, but being able to put themselves on the front line and garnering enough special for those key Booyah Bombs in order to let the push continue forward. Big stuff from Nolan, and certainly from Dark Pulse as a team, as they squeak out a victory in game number 1.
Yeah, I honestly agree. Loving the coordination with all teams. That's all you really like need. And Dark Pulse really managed to take that lead. Bit of that last minute as soon as I had to stop myself from talking when I saw that happen.
Oh, dude, talk over me all you want. Like, you're the expert here. I'm just the guy that says things. So, like, please go ahead and talk over me, because that's when the people actually have a chance to learn something, as opposed to me yelling all the time. As we are going to go to Clan Blitz on Snapper Canal, where we saw, in fact, the last set end off. German, if you remember, Starburst taking that game before Sayonara could even score a point. And what are you noticing is the pattern for teams finding success on this map in this mode?
For me, when it comes to this map and mode combination, coordination is like, I would say, a lot around it. Like, you need to find like how you can really set up which position where you're gonna go. Like, I don't know. I just feel like coordination is a lot you have to do around this map and mode combination here. Like,
yeah, it's such a strange dynamic, right? Where you have this mode where team coordination is vital, but there are so many routes throughout to score on the map that really just going up the middle seems a little untactful, as you will have a power clamp cut down by that Stingray and just kind of sitting there. And no scores thus far as we get to the 1 minute elapsed mark of this particular map. But Ooh, nice little trade there on the defense. But I'm not really seeing, as the barrier breakage does come through, it will be of little consequence. I'm not really sure if this is... I doubt this is going to hold up, especially when you have 2 power clams on the side of green.
Well, I don't really know much to say. Like, yeah, holding up with 2 power clams is like, can't really think of words right now, but it gives you like a bit of like how you could really hold up with all your power clams. Ooh,
Yeah,
no.
that's a nice push there, and you're absolutely right. Don't think of the words, just say them. That's how you get successful in broadcasting. Just ask Joe Buck. But it's not a bad little push there, and I have to say, Midnight thus far have been looking pretty impressive. Maybe behind the 8 ball starting out, but it took some time to get the coordination going, and now they're... Oh, just as I say that. I mean,
yeah,
in come the power clams.
Oh, they're only 3 down. Oh, like this could be like a push. Oh, they're only 2 down, like 3 down, right? Wow. Like, and you see that, I like that defense though from Midnight. Like taking those 3 people out is like needing to like stop them from throwing the clans from their barrier.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job of accumulating a whole bunch of clams, aren't they? Where they have been more than willing to just kind of chill by the basket and try to push as many numbers up as possible, as Nolan is going to try to play a little bit of defense. And they're going to miss on the breakage on the barrier. Nolan will eventually find their mark with the Inkjet. And now it's going to be another push out with about 90 seconds remaining if everything goes right. And looks like they're going to take the side in order to get this done, German.
Yeah. Yeah, all of it is like, yeah, you see Opie just like being the distraction with that brush, like just up in their hill and just like throwing, like putting out mines. Like that's what really a brush does when you play like on this mode. A brush is a distraction.
Yeah, fair enough. If you're trying to draw aggro and making sure that your opponents are keeping away from the main objective, it makes sense. And that's going to be Carrier with the power clam going down near the basket. This is a brilliant defense. What we're seeing here thus far from the team in purple, obviously that is Dark Pulse, and they are 1 minute away from advancing on into this bracket. As Beanie going to get into this 1v1, and they will in fact win the battle as Nolan takes to the skies yet again with the Inkjet trying to play defense, and they will not be able to do so, get the kill on the Inkjet, but still, this is with the Bamboozler coming through and finds their target. Nolan is going to jump in with a power clam, and the barrier breakage comes through yet again. They have a chance with 30 seconds left.
They have a... Oh man, they're at 0 clans. They need to start thinking fast.
They didn't have the numbers there. They just didn't have it, and now it's going to be Opie. There you go, jumping in and realizing where the clams were. You need clams in order to win. Well, guess what? You're going to run straight into the throes of my ink brush as the time ticks down. Looks like that could be all she wrote unless we go into overtime. Indeed, we will. The carbon down it, and they got 3 down. The numbers advantage coming through. They get another kill, and the barrier gets broken, and the power clam is going to seal it. Beautiful play, and just like that, the clock has not struck midnight on this Cinderella story yet. 92-85, and we are going to game number 3. German, that's how you get things done.
Yeah, like even though there's an overtime like going off, that doesn't mean it's over. They have time. Midnight had that time to get that like comeback. Like they had that coordination when they had 3 people from the side. Dark Pulse was down. They just had to like make this push right now. Like it was their opportunity to have that.
So I do have to ask you, German, where we saw Midnight really holding down and locking things up defensively and preventing those barrier breakages for the longest time. Was that just an overextension after they found the initial defense with 30 seconds left? Because at that point, you're just trying to accumulate clams and make sure that you don't have another basket scored on you. But I'm thinking maybe they stuck themselves out a little bit too far. Is that something with which you disagree, or is there some sort of fundamental thing that I'm missing?
Well, I'm not really too sure for myself on Midnight side or any team side, but from focusing on by watching that, I was really paying attention from all teams were coordinated where they are. Opai's brush was really going really aggro with that brush when they tried to get the lead around that mid match, and really that was just brushes are really sometimes the most distraction kind of weapons you will ever deal with clan blitz, especially on a comp like that.
And now as we go to Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion, a volatile map where all the action you would think would be concentrated in the middle, but look at that, you have that entire main street leading down. It's like a runway, more or less, all the way down to the objective, and surely you're going to see the an attempt at a pop-off here for the for Tenta on the splatter scope, so try not to get confused by that. I certainly will have a tough time with it. The Firefin trying to put in work, but there are already two individuals down on the map as Jester making their presence known on the back line, as well as that dangerous 96 gal, the vanilla 96 gal at that. Tenta going to be throwing in a couple of suction bombs, trying to keep people out of the zone, more or less. And oh wow, as they run away, that Inkjet falls victim to the splatter scope yet again of Tenta, who putting in that work on the back line. And it's so weird having to play backline on a map like this. You have your opportunities for picks, but you also recognize you're going to have to go down to that lower ground eventually, and there's not really a guarantee that it's going to end all that pretty for you.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Yeah, playing backline on this map and this mode itself is really hard to being down. Oh, okay, yeah. I would agree with you on that. Personally, I've played backline here once before, and I have troubles on my positioning right there. But it seems
it's a thankless job.
Yeah, and so far it seems that Dark Pulse is keeping the zone, make sure Midnight won't get it. So this could be their opportunity, if Midnight tries to pull up something. And there we go, we have Opai's trying to shark and just wait for them. Oh, good pick right there.
Now they're counting down on the map at 72, make that 75 and counting here for Nolan, who's trying to swim out and was looking for a few extra picks to try to garner the numerical advantage. They will, in fact, maintain map control as they have it down below 10 left. And only until then, with 91 points on the board, is Dark Pulse going to have control relinquished from them by Midnight. And yeah, it's Dark Pulse not even doing all that poorly. It's just we're seeing the numerical advantage be garnered just a little bit too quickly for them to handle, thanks in no small part to individuals like Nolan on that K-Pro.
Oh wow, unfortunate. So what you I guess like in this matchup right here, everyone's fighting for this zone and bomb rush everywhere from the Chargers to this is a fight with when they have those bomb rush ready. They really want to start that push with the bomb rush.
And they're continuing on, and that individual expedition is going to come to an end at the hands of the 96 Gal. But again, this is Midnight trying to count down or Dark Pulse trying to count down, and they will go below the threshold of 91, and they'll retake the zone and get the knockout blow. And Midnight, Cinderella dances on into the next round. They'll move into losers semifinals by a score of 2-1, and that was some brilliant play by all the people involved. But man, Nolan with those 10 splats, Dark Pulse taking that one, and Midnight, they really did try, but unfortunately the run ends there.
Yeah, like gotta say, to Midnight and Dark Pulse, like, great job to all those teams that this match, like, especially Midnight coming back with that Clamblitz match was like really amazing to like see. Like, that overtime like was just brilliant. They weren't done. They want to keep it going until they're actually done. Like, it's not over. But
yeah, and it's kind of rough, and I do apologize for misspeaking there. I think I said Midnight by accident, winning that one. But yeah, that was in fact Dark Pulse winning by a score of 2-1. And again, is brilliant gameplay by all individuals involved on Splat Zones. But it's just a little much when you're dealing with the amount of ink that's being put down by Midnight. It seems like a lot to deal with, but when you have someone who's playing what's basically a midline weapon, but is not afraid to charge forward and act like the de facto frontliner, your de facto DPS, it's not uncommon to see yourself down by 2 or 3 squids, and that was the exact sort of consistent numerical advantage that Dark Pulse needed to get those 20 to 30 points on the board at a time. Just good stuff. And even though obviously kills aren't the name of the game, German, well, they sure do help you along the way, don't they?
yeah, I agree. Yeah, these teams will get better. Like, this is all for, like, you know, what they are, like, all these teams are trying to find what they did from their mistakes. Like, this is all from, like, learning experience from what I seen. So, and yeah, like, again, congrats to all, like, to Midnight and Dark Pulse, both of those really good matches. Like I'm so just amazed by watching all of it, but like all those 3 matches.
I mean, it was brilliant stuff from both teams, and I kept talking about like the mid-level teams in Splatoon are getting closer and closer every time, and it feels like any team may not, like, maybe 9 times out of 10 a Sayonara or a Starburst or whatever the case may be, an FT Win or Boca or whatever their pickup was called. Like, maybe 9 times out of 10 they win. But it seems more and more likely that one game may be coming up just ever so shortly, and that gap is closing, and eventually we're going to see that new contender rise. It's just a matter of time, really, and just maybe it's a matter of which team really shows up at one of these Swimmer Sync weeklies.
Yeah. So
we will be moving on to losers semifinals here. Once again, you are listening to Swim or Sync, the 5th edition. Presumably you're also watching it, I can only imagine. But yeah, alongside German, I am Stu the announcer. Thank you for watching here. Twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. And as we take a look at this bracket, yet again, we can really not be all that remiss when talking about Starburst, who are our individuals who qualified for grand finals out of winner's side, German, beating Sayonara by a score of 2-3. Actually, a repeat of the winner's final of the very first Swimmer Sync, where they beat Sayonara by a score of 4-3. Now, Sayonara did wind up winning that tournament, albeit they went to 6 games and then 7 games in grands. But it makes you wonder, Starburst, just how easy is it going to be to stop them?
Yeah, like, when we see Sayonara versus Starburst, with that from that last matches from literally like 3 matches ago. Oh, like, you would love to see it. Like, these two teams are going to be fighting for the win. Like, they are not holding back. Yeah, like, this is definitely going to be an exciting match between Sayonara and Starburst, for sure.
Oh, and that is if Sayonara can make it out of loser's side, because you just never know, right? Like,
right.
This is one of those things that we can never truly guarantee, especially with Dark Pulse being on the run of form that they're accruing, as well as Massacure, who, I mean, can I just talk about this losers run that they're on right now? Do you mind me taking over the stream for a little bit?
Of course, yeah. I don't mind.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Okay, so they wind up losing in winners round 2 to Carnage Pickup by a score of 2-1. And from there, they go on this absolute tear through losers bracket. First of all, beating Mictlan Heroes by a score of 2-0. Then they take down Arctic Noon, the 4th seed in the tournament, by a score of 2-1. Big upset there. Then they take down Helix. And then they get their revenge on Carnage Pickup in losers bracket by a score of 2-1. So they've already gotten a little taste of vengeance. Now they're looking for greater glory as they're taking on the 5th seed in the tournament. Where they're taking on Dark Pulse. And I have to say, obviously, you got to give the advantage to Dark Pulse just because of the tournament miles that have been put on them. But when you're in a tournament atmosphere and when you have the momentum that Massacre has, German, anything can happen.
Yeah, I agree. Literally anything from this tournament can happen. From all teams trying to fight and, like, go for, like, move on. Just move on. They want to move on.
Exactly. It's just like any other tournament format in a sport. You survive and advance. I'm a big soccer guy, so whenever you see like the single elimination rounds in big soccer tournaments, that really is the mentality. So makes you wonder, right?
Yeah, and I get that of a feeling. Like, tournaments, anything could happen. Like, any sort of tournament can always happen.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I don't know what else to add to that, but what we can say is Dark Pulse certainly earning their spot against Midnight, who again went on a very good losers bracket run themselves, and this is something that we can't really take away from them, where they went down to losers very early on, actually, in the bracket. I believe they wound up beating their opposition in winners round 1, but then losing to Sayonara by a score of 2-0 in round 2. But then the run begins, and they win 6 straight sets to reach. They win 5 straight sets, beating the likes of Pocket Mitsu, Sunrise, and indeed Hysteria by a score of 2-1 before running into Dark Pulse and having their run end there. So definitely tip of the cap to them. Midnight certainly putting on a show for us on stream and showing that there's no giving them. So you know what? You gotta give credit where credit is due. A great run, but comes to an end at the hands of the 5th seeds, who will be playing for a spot in losers final, where of course the number 1 seed Sayonara awaits. And when you're talking about that, when you have such an impeccably coordinated roadblock in front of you, German, what's your mindset when you're playing for the chance to perhaps take down one of the premier opponents in North America? Like, what goes through your mind here? Do you look past this, or do you what do you do to try to stay focused as a competitor?
So how I'm focused if I'm ever in a match, really just have like map control, of course. Make sure you have like little more coordination. Make a lot of I feel like shot call is more important like of all, like of course main shot call is like we could do, but overall, like, you know, I'm still like as like still into the learning experience from like I'm new to the Splatoon competitive scene, so like as for like myself, I think map control and like coordination is like what you really like want to have as like as a start of how you want to be in a competitive player.
Makes sense, and I guess the tournament aspect of the competitive mentality will kind of kick in over time, really just as individual as people are, I'm supposing. So we're going to continue on here. Shot there once again by Nolan, who will be tasked yet again with carrying the brunt of the weight in terms of frags, at the very least. Good defensive measures there by Nolan, who again, if they are going to lose, if they are going to win this thing, it's going to be a matter of how they position themselves on the offensive side of things. That's a weird position for the Booyah Bomb, not going to lie, but looking to make the most of it and trying to clear out a little bit of space for a furthered ride on the tower. Certainly with that K-52, looks to do just a little bit of damage, and utilizing that splat wall well enough for themselves defensively. Flavor may well be the key for their team if they want to move on.
So I guess from everyone's side, that how do you like this matchup so far? Like, I mean, we've already talked like at the beginning. We just wanted to get how I experienced with competitive, and like from this comp, like I don't really see much of E leader actually when it comes to playing on tower control on this map, because like E leader is like I think a wise choice for this mode and map, but if you can handle playing it, then I give it to them. Like E leader is actually like the longest range like charger to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it has the longest reach in the entire game, but the thing is, you're taking so many shots. You're taking only so many shots per minute. You have a set amount of shots per game that you are going to be able to take, and certainly you have the position of being you have the potential of being repositioned by any old inkjet that decides to come up through, that accrued so much ground on the in the midfield. You are required no less to hit your shots, as this push is going to continue on. Jester will be taken down by the hands of Flavor, and even though Flavor gets taken down by Nolan, as Dark Pulse trying to make their push through into this into the further part of the map. They got a lot of points on the board there, German, but it makes you wonder just how effective E leader is going to be. Aside from on the defense, it's going to be hard to push through finding offensive positioning for this E leader, and honestly, if you're not good enough finding those spots, you're basically pushing in 4v3.
Yeah,
3v4, I should say.
Yeah, I agree. Like playing E leader on this map, like it's really hard to like find the sort of position like you want to have. Like if you tried to like want to get a pick, like even playing it, like if you want to play offensive like E leader, it's actually like it's hard to like find positions here. Like if you really want to play it a little aggressive with that E leader. So far, they only have 50 seconds on the timer, so with a big lead, with Dark Pulse in the lead with 31 remaining. Let's see, Massacure will have to come up with something that they have to do with this push, so like,
what a bomb kill by Nolan, however, and that's the big part of what has made the K-Pro such a favored weapon in the Splattershot Pro family, is the versatility that the Splat Bomb provides, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Like playing K-Pro is like you're good at picks if you know how to position well how you play K-Pro. Like K-Pro's a really good weapon play. So So this goes to Massacure. They do just a little bit, but so unfortunately that match will go to Dark Pulse with 69 with 42. So what do we got in for the next one here? For this next,
we can talk a little bit more about it. That 96 gal of beanies leading the field with 10 splats apiece. Bingus not all that far behind. They were called upon to get all the splats that they possibly could, and they did just that with 9 of them. But a lot of those, it seemed like it was coming on the defense. It's hard to find that positioning when you're moving forward, and really the coordination of Dark Pulse, I feel like, called for something that was just a little bit more mobile and was able to dominate the midfield just a little bit more. And even though you definitely have the range to maybe challenge something in the field, in that mid part of the field, German, maybe just a little too much to deal with in terms of the offensive pressure in the face of the opposition.
Yeah, their 96 is like really holding them back with those 10 splats. Overall, like, couldn't really say from that match. Nolan, however, was handling it so well to at least be up on that front to have positions. So the Massacre trying to try to get up and push forward to defend too. Nolan just keeping it up, just stay up in that front and have that position from that match.
Be an annoyance, basically. Even if you just get one shot on them, that's enough. That's damage. Maybe it's not it's one part of a 2-shot kill. They're gonna have to respect you. But as we go to Anchovy Games for game number 2, we're gonna make it rain in the arcade. That is a lot of equipment that they might be damaging there. That is going to be expensive for the bill. But Opie, nevertheless, on that roller, they're going to try to utilize the mobility that they have, and that vertical flick, maybe not the strongest in the world, but still gives you just enough reach to maybe be a nuisance on those elevated platforms.
Yeah, from both sides too. Everyone's going to be playing aggressive. Especially playing with both sides that they have 2 C-Jets. Both sides each has C-Jet. My bad, of words, but yeah. So, how are you seeing from this matchup here? Everyone's for sure gonna their carbon roller too. They're all that sharking and hiding. Oh yeah. Man, there he is too. Just as soon as I said about Opie's carbon roller, and there he is.
Exactly, and you're talking about something like that sloshing machine, which has the swim speed up and certainly wants to stay on the field as much as possible. Hence, that quick respawn. You're looking for assists, if not necessarily kills, with that thing. And as it's 3-3 on the map, really just cuts to show you, oh my gosh, just as I say that, the 96 gal lands a huge shot on that elevated platform, winds up being a trade, but nevertheless, Nolan there to clean up some more of the individuals on the map, as they are going to have to push back eventually, but they're on the defensive side of things here at the moment. They will suffer the barrier breakage. Is Cat here? Nope, they are out of the building. Please leave a message. Opie making sure that is the case, and good defense of the Rainmaker there, allowing it to reset. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from Dark Pulse here, all in all. Only 40 points on the board, but you could tell right from the outset, German, that it's generally you want to go left if you're playing. You want to go to that left elevated platform if you're playing defensively. You want to go to the right if you're playing offensively. They both had the taste of blood in their mouths, and certainly Dark Pulse smelling blood in the water. They've got 80 points on the board.
Yeah, the coordination from Dark Pulse though, they had they had their plat and arcade taken over control, and they had that opportunity with Nolan though, to get up there to their office and be the annoyance to make them so they could take that Rainmaker to at least how much of points at 80. That was their good of a push right there from what I saw from Dark Pulse there. And it ended there.
Yeah, the office is always the least fun part of any arcade, isn't it? But that's where you get the business done, and certainly that is going to be the case for one of these two individuals, and that is what you're going to have to negotiate if you're trying to push in as Massacure, where you're already down 1-0. You're going to have to manage your opposition on the higher ground, and I would have to think that the keys would be those K machines and the 52 gals that you've got on the field there. And as we're going to 90 seconds remaining, you're not going to score anything if your opposition has possession of the Rainmaker, and that's something that they're going to have to negotiate sooner rather than later, because otherwise you're fighting off of the back foot the whole time. That's another shot there from.
And then there goes the Ray, and will Jester have to do something? Oh, it seems that when they had their Stingray, he went down. So it seems that Jester is still holding that Rainmaker though, and it seems that they go down 2 of Massacre on their flat. Excuse me, 3, and it seems that they only have 40 seconds to make this push. Like, how would you think? Like,
they're getting flanked too easily, German. I can only imagine how much progress they'd be making, but it just seems like whenever they decide to zig, that's Dark Pulse there to catch the zag, and I don't know. You're not respecting. You're thinking about the most efficient route too often. Meanwhile, you got your opposition taking these side routes and catching you from behind, as you see here. Bingus being forced to move off and getting a Ray in their face. They will eventually lose the Rainmaker, and they will run out of time from there. A coordinated effort by Dark Pulse, and they will earn their shot against Sayonara in Losers Final. 80-4, the final count on Anchovy Games.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, I would say Massacre really tried their best to like get to game 3, but just really couldn't find how would they coordinate to push there. But again, they tried
every time.
Yeah, but again, it was a good try for Massacre. They did a great job to try their best at the end there. So that's all I gotta say. Go on.
I mean, what else needs to be said if we're being completely honest? You did I think that was as good as anyone could have explained it. Don't worry about that. And definitely want to thank you for your expertise there, Nolan, leading the field with 12 splats, and certainly those 2 Booyah Bombs critical in the push going forward. Grim and Flavor, we were talking about them combining for 16 splats themselves, but ultimately in the losing effort. So we're going to go to break before we go to Losers Final. Dark Pulse earning their spot against the number 1 seed in the tourney. Will they be saying sayonara, or is their party just getting started? Keep it tuned right here to twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for continuing coverage of the 5th edition of Swim or Sink. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the 5th edition here of Swim or Sink, presented, of course, by the good folks at Inkling Performance Labs. I'm honored to be joined here by the Godfather, K-Bot. How you doing, buddy?
I don't know if Godfather is the right word there, buddy. I don't know about that one, Chief.
I like it, and honestly, it's kind of fitting. You're kind of this overarching, overlooking figure here at IPL Splatoon, always watching our backs, always giving advice, and it's only fitting that we give you at least somewhat of a befitting honor. Or at least,
I suppose that's fair. I appreciate that. But turning our attention to the game, which, by the way, we don't have, any time to talk about.
True.
Top 3 is going to be interesting. We've got basically Desire and basically Hanron, so we can come on through with this one. We are going to see the Beguiling Dark Pulse take on Sayonara here. Should be a fun match to watch. We're expecting Sayonara to probably come out on top, but I'm interested to see if this Desire pickup can go pound for pound with Sayonara. We're going to game 1. It's Splat Zones. I was about to say Anchovy Games. I have no idea what I was about to say, Anchovy Games. I'm clearly not in the mood for this right now, so Stu, go ahead.
No, it's all good, man. And it's interesting how it's a dual zone. It's a dual zone map. You're having to deal with all sorts of craziness. But then again, when you're as good and as well practiced on your particular weapons as Sayonara is, I'm not really sure you have to adjust all that much. It's really on you to make Dark Pulse kind of revolve their game plan around you. And it looks like Nolan more than comfortable with sticking onto that under that K Pro. Everyone else, well, I mean, it seems like they're trying to stick to their guns as well, both metaphorically and literally.
It's going to be interesting to watch for, though, out of Beguiling Dark Pulse, is going to be watching exactly how they play the game. Desire is typically known for being one of those very long-range teams, where they're just going to continue tearing down this objective over long periods of time once they start to lock you out. So a lot of these situations could be a little bit scary. You're relying on Opie here to cause a little bit more chaos, but Opie is going to go down nonetheless, and Sayonara retakes control of the zones, and they're going to continue building up their specials to hopefully keep some of these members at bay. Zero now is just going to go ahead and dive on forward, gets taken down, but it is going to lead. Going on over to Supernova here, or Supernova. Man, Zero's playing with a different team tonight too. Whatever.
I mean, it even says SN in the tag, so dude, don't worry, you're not going to catch any flack from me, I promise you. So, DJ, either way, with this Slosher has been putting in work, and Vanilla Slosher, we've been talking about the unconventionality of this pick, but when you move as good as DJ does, it kind of makes sense that you'd be able to utilize those 10 missiles, no matter how far up front you are.
And DJ's really been a Slosher main since, day 1 in this game, right? DJ's just been known for pulling out those sloshers on pretty much every map, and I actually don't mind that pick here, given the fact that it has a little bit more range. We'll turn our attention back towards this game a little bit more, as it is going to be Sayonara continuing to maintain control of these zones. A little bit of an interesting jump there coming on through, and Zero's going to continue stepping on forward. Is going to go down, though, to Chester here, getting chipped down with some of those burst bomb damage. Now with the two-down situation, we'll see if Dark Pulse can continue stepping on forward. We see the Booyah Bomb to zone some of these members away. It is going to net them the cap at the end of the day, and Bagel actually goes down to that Booyah Bomb somehow. I don't know exactly how that one happened, but I do believe Dark Pulse is going to try to continue building up momentum, but Sayonara really doesn't want to let that happen.
I mean, there had to be some map control shenanigans going on there, so that was definitely an assisted kill, whether the game will register it as such or not. Either way, this is Zero charging in and getting the kill on Jester, and again, this is Zero, who is, again, playing for a different team, but man, when you have as good of a game instinct as Zero does, you can fit in with just about anyone and make them look like $100.
Very true, Zero oftentimes dives right on in there, but sometimes it can come back to bite the members of the team that he's on, as now Opie is going to pop this baller onto the zone and hopefully try to get some momentum here back for Dark Pulse. But they're having a difficult time laying down all of the ink necessary, and there's just so much pound-for-pound paint output coming out of Sayonara to continue preventing long pushes from happening. So anytime you see these sort of trade situations where this composition of Dark Pulse isn't quite getting lockout situations, they're continually getting punished for it. They're not able to build up large leads, and they're still behind here in this game.
Nolan getting that trade onto DJ, and that maybe allows just a little bit more leeway to get more points on the board. If you are Dark Pulse, you have 40 on the board thus far. Nothing compared to the 63 that Sayonara have accrued, and indeed they will take back and cut into the penalty of their own. Opie has something to say about that, trying to get through with that baller, and relatively effective trying to push map control their way. But again, Sayonara too effective finding their ways around.
But here's the thing, with the 3-down situation, given the composition of Desire, they weren't able to paint the zone very fast. And so they have a couple of seconds there that they still haven't even worn through their penalty. And now it's going to get punished immediately as Zero finds the kill with the Inkjet. Now trying to push back forward to the other zone. It's going to be the Ink Thrower coming out of Sayonara that's going to continue to allow them to push on forward here. Vega looking for the kill with the mini Splatling and is able to find it with the help of Zero. 36 seconds left to go, and it's all Sayonara. 2-down situation for Beguiling Dark Pulse. And I believe this game very well might have been won. There'll be one last opportunity. We'll see if anything can come out of this Desire pickup.
I mean, Bagel is doing so good at finding those individual kills, or really just utilizing that run speed that they have in order to put down as much ink as possible. That's 75 points on the board thus far for Sayonara, as Bagel will be looking for the kill on the mini Splatling yet again. They'll fall victim to Nolan as we count down to the last 10 seconds, and they will try to cut in on this penalty, but you better believe that there is a tsunami of ink coming in from Sayonara in this overtime.
We've got to just continue building up the pressure. We can't let these bombs get onto the zone as they're currently getting on. Opie going to try to continue pushing on forward, but I really need to start paying attention to the zone. Overtime still. 25 ticks of the timer left to go here for Beguiling Dark Pulse coming back in this game, but Opie goes down. It's going to allow the push coming on bin from Sayonara on this side. 2-down situation now for Beguiling Dark Pulse. It's going to be the rest of this zone quickly painted over by Sayonara, and game 1 goes to them.
And it was a great effort all in all, but just too much real estate to make up at the end of this one. As you can tell, a lot of those points, those 53 points that we saw Dark Pulse put on, came in at the end of that map. And indeed, Nolan leading the field with 16 splats, but really Ginny, salute the sun for sure. They led the field with 15 on their part. Bagel and DJ not far behind. It's and that just goes to show you, it's you can outfrag and you can do really well for yourself on the individual stat sheet, but you can't just be 4 players. You got to be one team.
Absolutely. And that's one of the most interesting things about Splatoon is how much of this game and how much of the objective relies on your teammates all working together to push the objective. It doesn't matter which mode it is. It is crucial for all 4 of your teammates to be on the same exact page in order to get something done. And that's the other thing is, with the composition that Sayonara is running right now and the fact that they are very individually talented players, it's hard for a team like Desire, in this case, Beguiling Dark Pulse, to come on in and try to play a little bit more of their traditional lockout, stally kind of a game. And I think it's going to be especially more difficult here on Inkblood Art Academy, which we know is something that could go a little bit more short range. We know is going to be something that is all in your face a lot of the time. And those in your face team fights are going to be largely what ends up deciding this game. So definitely going to be interesting here to see what comes out. I don't imagine we're going to see a lot of adaptation here coming in from Beguiling Dark Pulse. And indeed, same exact composition. This is what they're comfortable running.
Yeah, I mean, you have mobility with range in that Jet Squelcher, so why not utilize it? And the custom Jet Squelcher at that with the special, with the double special power-up. I'll let you draw from that what conclusions you will. Obviously, Bagel going back to the Nautilus, you want that mobility that it provides. So yeah, you can have range here, but not at the expense of mobility. And already 2 down here on the side of Dark Pulse. And quickly Sayonara going on the attack.
It's a quickly 3-down situation. Now all of a sudden you've got double Inkjet in your base so far. It's going to be an easy first checkpoint for Sayonara, but perhaps Zero a little bit too overextended. We've seen this before, and it is going to maybe finally go back to the favor of Beguiling Dark Pulse. But that said, no one's the last one alive right now for this green side, and the second checkpoint's going to quickly go on down as the jumps are coming on in from Sayonara, and they're going to continue stepping on forward. DJ trying to get in position, trying to get a little bit more paint here as well. But again, Tower already down to 26. This is what I was talking about on this map. It is very in your face, and that is exactly the playstyle that Sayonara is going for. Already past this 3rd checkpoint, now looking to go close out the game. DJ on this side is trying to pester Opie for the time being. Looks like they're finally able to collapse around Tower a little bit. No, I say that, and Opie is all of a sudden the last one alive once more for Dark Pulse. The push is going to continue coming on forward for Sayonara.
I mean, look, you think that you were telling me that you go fast. It can't be any faster than Sayonara have been going thus far in this game number 2, as they have been dominant, more or less, and they finally, reaching that 3rd checkpoint, have not been able to pass it, and it is an infamously difficult one where you have it right near the spawn, and you can get outnumbered very, very quickly, and that's where the individual talent certainly will come to shine, and that is where Dark Pulse finding themselves at such a huge disadvantage, having to pop the ink armor right here and now and trying to take care of this 2v1 off of the side. Opie having to do a lot of work in terms of pushing map control forward.
And that's the thing, right, is that there isn't a lot of, we say painting power, and that's kind of like a double-edged sword, but in this case, there isn't a lot of what I like to call burst paint power. They can't just flip the map in an instant without Opie on this encroach. So that's going to be a lot of Opie's job to try to cause chaos here when Beguiling Dark Pulse wants it. But I like the fact that they've slowed the game down a little bit more, right? They took a little bit of time to collect themselves before starting to make this push, and now they're hoping that it can kind of pay off. You'll also notice they're not stepping far forward. They know that they want to try to hold positions, but at the same time, they're just letting Sayonara run right on into them. And it's a complete wipe back the other direction to the halfway point.
Yeah, and Opie, you can tell that they were trying to get some sort of advantage numerically, but as soon as they saw their teammate go down, it was like, okay, I have to jump on this right now. And now Zero trying to, I mean, it's not necessarily spawn camping, but get as much paint as possible. And Jenny with the squid bag on the tower. You gotta love to see it, K-Bot. I hope you like a little spice in your Sayonara paint burger as Bagel goes on the attack as well, trying to put this game on locks.
Goes down, 1-for-1, still haven't passed the third checkpoint. It's a 2-down situation, maybe 3-down situation back the other direction. That's a complete wipe thanks to Zero's L3, popping the Inkjet to try to go for the spawn, but I don't think it's going to matter. He's going to be able to zone some of these members away, and unless there's a miracle, it is going to be the game for Sayonara.
And wow, Sayonara and good night. That is 2-0 in favor of the number 1 seeds in this tournament, and this is about what we were expecting, seeing the mobility and the advantage that they bring in terms of movement, and DJ just going ham with that vanilla slosher. 15 splats to go along with those 6 pops of the Tenna missiles. Just no chance to get any sort of positioning on that in the midfield, or certainly even in their own base. Dark Pulse, I gotta say, they tried to throw everything at the wall, but Sayonara making sure that nothing stuck.
That's the thing, right? Again, the Sayonara composition was just so fast, so in your face, and when we're going to a map like Tower Control and Inkblood Arcade, that's something that you really don't have a lot of positions. If you're on this, long-range-esque composition, they're not going to be able to set up, right? They're not going to be able to set up shop. They're not going to be able to slow down the game exactly how they want to, and they're going to be very easy to engage on, especially in that last push that we saw from Beguiling Dark Pulse. As a matter of fact, the only push we saw coming in from them, right? The positions that they were trying to take just got completely run right into and mowed down by the other side of Sayonara, and that's just the game plan that we've come to know and expect out of this team.
Yeah, but I mean, what you can expect is high quality gameplay for certain, and now you're seeing them with just a little bit of motivation. They have earned their shot in dominant fashion at revenge on against Starburst. Now, let me take you back, K-Bot, and the rest of the audience, to the very first swim or sink, where Starburst again beats Sayonara in that 7-map winners final by a score of 4-3. And in very similar fashion, running away with that map 7, just as they did with map 5, Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal in this very tournament here tonight. But then Sayonara coming back in grands, first getting the reset 4-2 on Starburst, and then taking the entire tournament with Starburst coming back, winning 3 straight games, and then Sayonara eventually slamming the door shut in that game number 7. So Sayonara giving us one of the instant classics that wound up defining Swimmer Sync as really the daily dose of hype that the community needs. But now you have Sayonara coming back with a little bit of revenge, but Starburst definitely has that first tournament on their mind and perhaps trying to rectify a wrong that occurred just 6 weeks ago.
And the thing is, on the whole, that these teams know each other, right? These teams know each other. If you haven't heard of a player in this lobby, okay, granted, some of them are under different names, but
right.
All of these players have been consistently in the conversation on top 4 teams in North America Opens. They've been, they've been right there so many times, and now even with FT win in a little bit of a questionable state on the whole. It'll be interesting to see exactly which team rises to the top. Now, you expect it to probably be Starburst. Starburst just seems to be the more consistent runner-up on the whole with their star-studded lineup. You've got Jared, Bran, Ant, who's been around for ages, and Ice, who's been on the North American champion team a handful of times as well. So, certainly plenty of star power on that lineup. And now this other side of Sayonara, paired with Zero in this specific iteration, certainly going to be fun to watch exactly how this one plays out. And definitely looking forward to it. Of course, you mentioned always a classic. Already went to a Game 5 in Winners Finals, and can't wait to see how many we go to tonight.
Yeah, and I guess before we get to the action here, this is, of course, Sayonara versus Starburst in Grands. Just want to give a shout-out to the entire crew over at Inkling Performance Labs. The amount of work that they have put in to this tournament, and definitely the feedback that you yourself have given, K-Bot, helping to make us just a little bit better than when we started out. It's always kind of hard to see the progress between point A and point B, but certainly between point A and point J, you start to see where the changes have come in. So thank you all for being a part of it. Certainly invite you all back for Friday's tournament, Testing Grounds, where we get a little bit more experimental and teams get to just play against each other, and where we start to really create maybe just a little bit more efficient, a little bit better a breed of Inkling than we had prior to that. But certainly the top of the game being shown here and now in Grands. And K-Bot, I was wondering what your predictions were for this set.
Like I said, I think earlier on, based on what we've seen so far, based on what we've seen over the course of the past couple of months, it's hard not to say that Starburst is probably the favorite for me personally. Just considering the fact that, again, they're most often on the runner-up for this side of the NA Opens. Considering, even here, you were mentioning Starburst has won a lot of these matches between these two teams. You have to figure that they probably are the advantage. And again, it's going to be a little bit for Starburst about trying to slow the game down. Now, they have the ability to play much faster. Or ability is probably not quite the right word, but we've seen faster looks out of them than the last composition of, say, Dark Pulse. But the thing about Sayonara right now is that they're going to want to be in your face all of the time. Their longest range weapon is going to be the Nautilus in Bagel's hands. Other than that, they are going to be completely in your face. And even the Nautilus wants to be in your face all of the time. So, going to be interesting to watch exactly how this one plays out. Of course, we're going to Rainmaker on Sturgeon Shipyard as our first map of this match. It's Grand Finals of Swimmer Sync 5. Let's hop right into it.
It is going to be an absolute bloodbath or ink bath. I'm not even sure how to quantify it, but what we can say, it is surely hype. Welcome to Grand Finals here at Swim or Sink as we take a look at the compositions. As you mentioned, it's going to be the mini Splatling that's going to be giving them the range, K-Bot, but nevertheless, certainly deadly in the hands of Bagel.
Absolutely. Bagel's been a monster. What you put him on a Nautilus, you put him on a mini Splatling, doesn't even matter. Going to be an absolute nuisance to deal with here. And already Sayonara taking the fight to their opponents. 2 down actually on both sides, as DJ's going to be able to pick up another one here, make it a 3-down situation. The Rainmaker did go down though, so they're not getting a ton of points off of this push. They'll try to push it a little bit longer, and DJ will allow for the jumps to come in. All the meanwhile, Zero actually coming on up from the other side and being a nice distraction here. It's going to allow Sayonara to get a couple more points on the board. No one's paying attention to the Rainmaker completely. It's going to go down to the 43-point mark, and the fact that it's already up this far, Stu, is certainly something else to be noted. I guess,
yes, but someone asked if Bagel was in fact human. The answer to that is yes. So
no. I think that was completely intentional because he knew that he was going to go down almost any way he sliced that. And all the meanwhile, you're seeing the push actually coming in from the other side of Starburst. Jared stepping on forward here. Ant is carrying the Rainmaker right now, and it is going to take the immediate lead as they get over the spinner down to the 24-point mark. Is absolutely absurd for the quick turnaround time, and certainly something that I don't think any of us were prepared for.
Oh, I mean, the speed of this game at the top level, it's really just a remarkable achievement to be able to move like that, as Ice is going to take down their opposition from behind and pushing it all the way up to 94 points. That's a large margin for them to cover, and even when you have Ginny, who's one of your more mobile players here on the Rainmaker, you're going to have to compensate for not being able to ink quite as fast, even though obviously, oh yeah, that's just got caught out just a little too far left there for your own good.
That's the problem right now at Sayonara. They're really not pushing together as a team. You see Zero now is alone here in mid, trying to get some work done, trying to find a couple more picks to extend the game for a little while longer. But meanwhile, we're not paying attention to this Rainmaker. They're going to try to stall for a little more time and let it reset. But now look at this. DJ goes down. It's a 2-down situation for Sayonara, and it's all Starburst that has control of the Rainmaker. They have control of everything they need in order to continue getting more points on the board, or potentially continue threatening this, continuing to stall things out. Jared steps perhaps a little bit too far forward and is going to get shut down for it. But now there is going to be enough response coming in from Sayonara to at least stall things out, but things were looking decent for them for a moment. I'm afraid they're going to fall into the same trap here. Actually, this time the Rainmaker does reset, which is going to be good for them, as now we have all 4 members around the basket, or around the Rainmaker, excuse me. Now it's a 3-on situation. Actually, this will open the window of opportunity for a push.
And that's always kind of the tricky thing, isn't it? Really, it's true on all levels of Splatoon. That realization when you know that you have made a mistake and how far that you've advanced, that one step of a difference is all it takes, and then you realize that you just stepped right into a 2v1. I mean, that realization hurts no matter what, but certainly when you're in tournament play, it's not exactly pleasant.
Not exactly pleasant at all, and now the other thing that's pleasant is DJ stepping on forward, grabbing another one, and that's actually going to be a more longer range picks, as well as Ant going down here. It's another 3-on situation that is going to be the L3 taken down as well. Zero steps on forward, get one onto Jared. That's just going to be the dunk on the pedestal. Sayonara picks up the first game of the series.
I mean, when you have a slosher like DJ who's able to put out so much damage on those elevated platforms, it's just amazing to see what can happen when you have that kind of coverage and you're just not able to reach your opposition at all. And obviously that octo shot of Zero doing so much damage, 12 splats leading the field, and Jared not all that far behind, doing good with those individual picks, but it does kind of make you wonder, and Ice not far behind with 9 getting those picks from range, but it does kind of make you wonder when you're talking about the sort of damage that you're trying to put out and maybe stall up your opposition just a little bit with that nozzle nose and with that K-Pro. Maybe those overextensions hurt you more than they did good.
I mean, honestly, I think one of the things that we saw coming out of both of those teams in that last match was just the fact that they're able to make so decisive motions with the Rainmaker, right? They know exactly where they're going to attack, how they're going to attack, and they just take care of it so swiftly and so beautifully, honestly. And you know, it's all about attacking at the right time. Once they saw those defenses weaken up here a little bit, they knew that they could just walk on forward. It was a 4v2 at that point. What are they going to do? Oh, congrats, you might get one of us, but we're just going to pick up the Rainmaker again and continue pushing on forward with it. So props to Sayonara for picking up that first game. We'll see if they can keep it up. Of course, they're coming from the loser side, so they'll need to reset the bracket in order to take the series, but we're going back to Splat Zones on Piranha Pit.
Yeah, so now it's again that dual zone map where we have seen things kind of go back and forth. Maybe not as not as much to an extreme measure, but nevertheless can very easily be contested. And certainly heads are going to roll in the middle of this pit. And immediately, yeah, that's a 2-0 advantage here on behalf of the team in blue, which is Starburst.
Yeah, Starburst just suddenly gets a couple picks early here. Ice is panting up for another Ray, which is a choice. I would like to see Ice step on forward a little bit and guard the zones here. But actually, we'll notice that Sayonara is just continuing to charge with the specials in order to break back in as a team, as opposed to just trying to do it continuously over time. And here comes the special push coming in from them. We are going to see Zero with the Inkjet here fly around, but it is going to be taken down almost immediately by Jared, and it might even be the hold on here from Starburst, as that didn't quite get enough ink on the zone, and now you'll notice Sayonara pushed all the way back to useless here, and it's just going to be Starburst continuing to shift down the zone. They're going to need to make a move here soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the missiles coming out there from DJ, but again, they find themselves at a disadvantage. It was ostensibly 3-2 on the map before the map is even able to be contested, but again, it's being garnered by Starburst as they're going to push it down into the 10s, most likely, unless a surprise push can come out here. Bagel on that mini Splatling trying to get some sort of advantage, but they're not able to do it. Zero needs to ink like their life depends on it. That may very well be the case, but again, too much blue on the map, and it's going to be Ice eventually going down, maybe getting a little too close up, and now again, it's just a roll and we see so much coming out from Starburst. It was just too much for Sayonara to handle, and that is how you answer the bell, K-Bot.
And again, let's go back to the map pick. Let's go back to the compositions. On this more open map, that is Piranha Pit, Splat Zones, a lot of these longer range weapons are going to be able to bully and boss around the shorter range ones, right? Zero got cut out super early there. I honestly want to go back and try to see if I can pinpoint how exactly Zero died there early on. But otherwise, the rest of the momentum was just continuing to be built up and continuing to, be able to be so much more of a nuisance. I mean, Jared, walking around with the K-Pro, was able to find plenty of kills. You saw Ice there as well, being able to pick up a few with that Jet Squelcher. And so, the extended range was able to be a little bit more of a nuisance and really too much for Sayonara to handle, as they couldn't quite find a way to push back into the zone. I also might need to go back and double check. Were they running armor? I don't even know if they were running armor, which might be an necessity, honestly, into this composition, especially with the playstyle that they're trying to run. So we'll have to see exactly how that one continues to progress. And we're going to another open map, though, as we look towards Clan Blitz on Humpback Pub Drive.
Both teams were running armor. In fact, Starburst wound up popping 4 armors in that match by Ant, who got 2 splats of their own.
Both the juniors, I'm special.
It's all good. Hey, dude. I mean, hey, look, you're a special dude, and we all know that. That's why I called you the Godfather. But and surely that's what you meant, and I'm not allowing you to insult yourself because you're a G. But I will say, yeah, you mentioned Ice with those splats. 6 of them leading the field, and not only that, with that custom Jet Squelcher, able to deploy 3 Stingrays, just goes to show they must not have gotten splatted that entire game, because they were able to keep themselves at range. And I think they got splatted at the very end by the time they had 97 points on the board and were just running away with it. But either way, just goes to show the sort of efficiency that with which they were able to take the zone and get the numerical advantage on the map, and thus were able to exert that control. But the squid in the back said, "Everyone attack," and it turned into a track clam blitz. And we are going to see how Starburst are able to answer the bell after that incredible performance. Sayonara looking to strike back here as we take a look at the compositions. Bagel favoring this mini Splatling for these last 3 maps.
Yeah, the mini Splatling's just going to be a little bit more versatile, I think, on the whole, and is able to get a little bit more map coverage, and that's really the name of the game so far for Sayonara. But it's been nearly impossible to get the map coverage when you're just getting run down by the other team at a longer range, and that's exactly right now what Starburst is doing, is they were able to take out too early. They're going to continue pushing on forward, especially with the suction bomb launcher coming in from Brand here as well. The Incomer's going to come back the other direction to try to get some of these members off of this right side, but it's not really going to matter much, because it's, forcing members off the right side is all well and good. It's a little bit of nuisance to have them over there, but still access to the basket has not been restricted. Now the power claim builds up, I expect to see the push coming in soon here for Starburst.
See, I was kind of shocked because Brand, I feel like, made their presence known just a little bit too early. They seem to have the numbers on the map, but the power clam simply was not there to be deployed, and now it's a little bit more even. Bagel going to make it 11 clams each as they're looking for this splat, but finds themselves in the crosshairs of that Splash-O-Matic. Brand will go down there as well, 2-2 on the map, and finally the barrier breakage will come through. Ant seeing to that, and it looks like the clams will be attempting to come through if they can get these kills, but no, they will run straight into the bucket, or really the junior of Ginny, who brooks no discourse. You will go no further, so says the sun.
And so only one power claim of push there. Obviously, it wasn't really an ideal situation, especially given that Starburst was only 2 squids alive on the map at that given moment in time, and in large thanks to the fact that Zero was able to pick off 1 to make sure that didn't get too far out of hand. But now actually Zero stepped on forward, and again, look at how deep into enemy territory Zero is going here. Certainly playing with fire on that Inkjet. Is now we're starting to see some of these clams come online for Sayonara, but now with a 1-down situation, they're not going to have all the members necessary to push on forward. Now Zero goes down once more, and this push might not even happen here.
And Ice definitely doing a lot of damage with that Splatling, and it was not the mini Splatling, it's actually the remix, so please excuse my
No. Bagel's still running the mini. Ice is on the remix, and that's just something to give a little bit more range as well as the Booyah Bomb. But here comes Push actually coming from Sayonara. They're able to get... No, they're not able to find that last power claim in the basket. Zero has to step on forward, but gets immediately taken down. That's a four-down situation. That's 20 points less than they would have had if they got that in. It is going to be the lead, but there's still plenty of time left here for Starburst to pull something together, and especially on a map like Contact Contract, where the clan barriers are rather close, it's not going to be that difficult to get the push in. The difficulty is going to be in building up these clans.
I mean, we know how quickly Starburst can push map control forward, pushing that purple line all the way up into the goal as the Booyah Bomb is going to come through. They're going to try to get this barrier breakage, and they will be successful in that. However, that's going to be the Junior going down a little quicker than they would have liked, and they would not be able to garner any additional advantage. That's going to be a full map wipe of all things purple. Only 30 points on the board thus far for Starburst, and simply not able to get anything going. Sayonara just simply too good at the defensive game, stopping Starburst dead in their tracks.
Now Zero with the Inkjet over the wall is able to find one. Brand's going to go down here as well. It's a two-down situation. Now Zero try to find that last pick on the power claim carrier, but it's not quite able to find it. It's going to allow map control to open up here for the side of Sayonara, and they're going to continue trying to push on forward. DJ going to try to get a little bit more paint in here, but two power claims online for the side of Sayonara. We'll see if they can push on forward here. The Sun's very close to getting this Ink Armor just trying to paint up. Now the Ink Armor gets popped, but already the Ink comes on through here. They're going to need to win this fight before actually breaking on into the zone. Zero can't even really step forward here on this L3, given the fact that it's a little bit more of an awkward weapon to use, but actually it's a 3-down situation on other parts of the map with Booyah Bomb to try to stall things out for a little bit longer. There's going to be another push coming in from Sayonara. We'll see how much damage they can do.
Ooh, gets the splat though on ice, so cheeky little pick there. Not able to garner anything additional off of that. Will only serve to cut down the penalty just a little bit. 47 points on the board for them. It is good for the lead for now, but again, they're holding the line relatively well, and Starburst have not been able to get anything going on offense, though they do have a stark advantage. Two power clans on the map. They're going to look to charge in. However, Brand gets cut down, as does Ant, and really the rest of their teammates. Ice just sitting there all alone, and that looks like that's going to be it.
GG go next. I honestly don't even know really what happened there, other than Sayonara just kind of hopped on the rest of Starburst. Overtime's going to get activated here, but it's all map control on into the side of Supernova. Zero, I said Supernova again, but it doesn't even matter because Zero distracted me. That's just classic Zero gameplay. These players all know each other, and they're going to give each other a little bit of bagging when they get the opportunity to. Sayonara goes up 2-1.
You gotta love the attitude that Zero brings to the table, and it was some of the stuff that we saw from them that was so key, especially on that very last barrier breakage. And as they are going to, you saw the splat totals. I don't need to go over it with you. What matters in Clan Blitz KBot is how they function and how they work as a unit. And we can talk about, the strategies when it comes to barrier breakages and piling in those clams. Certainly that was prevalent, but that does not happen without the defensive play around the basket and getting those key team wipes to hold really their opposition, to hold Starburst at 70.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, props there. Again, like, some of the pushes actually that were coming in from Starburst just were a little weird. They didn't seem completely coordinated. There was maybe like one person carrying a power clam to get that into the basket, and granted, that's all they could do in the first push, but that second push especially, I guess there was just enough defense that was able to come on through, and didn't actually see that push get out of hand. So props to Sayonara for being able to shut that one down, and we'll see if they can keep up the momentum here to force a bracket reset. Of course, only 2 more games to go before we get to that reset point, but we're heading to tower control on Starfish main stage, and this is, again, something where you can probably get away with quite a bit here. I imagine, though, that it is one of those generally more open maps, so we'll probably see a little bit more of these long-range picks coming in on the Splattershot Pro, coming in on the Jet Squelcher, perhaps even as well, especially given the fact that we're on tower control for that Ray, the GG Ray, notorious as it is. We'll see if that comes on through here for Starburst as well, because they're going to need to find something here soon in order to make sure they secure this one before it gets to a bracket reset.
And Ice deploying the remix yet again. Brand is going to go to the Nozzle Nose themselves. Double MPU on that. Deadly intentions in mind for the folks over on Starburst, and Pink definitely the superior flavor of Starburst. I hate to editorialize, but I think it's necessary here. And again, that's going to be Zero.
Here we go again.
I was about to say Supernova myself, so you're not the only one, K-Bot.
Here we go again. Zero on the massive flank here. Pops the Inkjet, forces the armor out of their opponents, and it's going to allow Sayonara to push this tower a little bit more. Actually finds one, finds two with this Inkjet. Sometimes, I guess, Zero just kind of sticks around, and that's one of the things you're noticing there. That was the very last shot, and that's why Zero opts to run a little bit of special power up there as well to extend the duration. Although, that said, Sayonara didn't have anyone riding the tower. I think there was enough pressure there in order to prevent that from happening. So they weren't able to find all of the points on the board that they would get otherwise. Now with a couple more specials coming out of them, a Booyah Bomb back the other direction, though, to stall things out for a little while longer. It doesn't matter. First checkpoint still cleared here as Bagel starts to step on forward as well from the side of Sayonara. 2-down situation, though, and it is going to be Pink control of the tower on over to Starburst.
And yes, still not without getting 43 points on the board. Whether or not they could have gotten more, I guess, is something that can be left up to the analysts at the desk, of which we have none at the moment. But regardless, K-Bot, you have to admire Zero sticking around deep within enemy territory, still maintaining that line, and was able to get that key pick onto Jared on the high ground with those burst bombs, and allowing Bagel to maybe push through and help support the tower to get those 43 points to begin with. And they will try to push up again, though Ice has thoughts otherwise.
Able to find that crucial pick, but now traded back to the direction. Brand's going to try to pull some shenanigans here on the Greats with the Inkjet, trying to fly on around to get something done, but it's just going to jump on back, and I imagine going to get immediately taken down. Indeed, that's the case. Sayonara continuing to push on forward here, trying to step on forward. Jared has thoughts of his own, though, with now the Ink Armor pop the other direction for Starburst to gain back control of their little alleyway here, and gain back control into mid to try to stall this thing out. They don't want to let this get out of hand in favor of Sayonara.
I mean, Sayonara, when they get rolling, they get capital R rolling. And now a sea of Pink, a deluge of Pink coming in. And Jared looking to add on to it with the Booyah Bombs as the point sensor will call out the positions of Bagel. And indeed, Jared will take them down after the Booyah Bomb comes out and mixes up their positioning. The Nozzle Nose will do well to pile on a little bit of damage and indeed accrue the kill. However, DJ looking to stall things out and cover that platform in green, and doing well to get control of the area around the tower and thus the tower itself.
Starburst right now not really taking the engagements to Sayonara, and a lot of times when you're able to jump on your opponent, that's when you're going to be able to come out crucial. What is Zero doing here? Flying with the Inkjet, stalling the respawns. Coming in from Starburst as well here, and just continuing to do more of the same, jumping on back, and just going to try to continue providing support for the rest of the team. A little bit more slang power thanks to those burst bombs as well, but Brand is able to get that one. Now Inkjet here on up in the air, and once more Sayonara not going to be able to push past this mark you would expect. Brand's able to find one onto Sun, and the map control is going to go back in favor of Starburst. Ink over once more coming out of them. It's a 2-down situation now for Sayonara, and now it's making the 3-down situation for them. That's the last one, I believe, and Starburst might have another opportunity here to continue pushing. They still haven't gotten past this first checkpoint. I really want to see them take more initiative in this next fight.
And it looks like Ice might be well on the way to doing that, to pushing up just a little more and realizing that that high ground, chasing their opposition off of it, is going to be key as Jenny looks to support their teammates. You have 3 of them on that right elevated area coming up towards the second checkpoint, and indeed they do pass it and look to take the lead here. Indeed they do, as Ice figures it's a job well accomplished. They will take it by 1, and that is 54 points on the board thus far compared to the 53. And that's, the good news for Sayonara is that you have a little bit of time to do this, and this is indeed doable, K-Bot. Problem is, you only have 30 seconds to do it.
30 seconds to do it. I think if there's a team that can do it right now, though, it is Sayonara, and they're starting to get some of these specials online. They're already starting to use them, try to push some of these members back with the 10 missiles and the Inkjet coming on through here as well. Once more, Bagel popping these 10 missiles to take care of business, but no, now a 2-down situation. 18 seconds left to go as Brand hops on the tower here. They're going to need to try to get the rest of these members off the tower, and Burst Bomb's coming on through. It's actually a 2-down situation as Bagel's able to find a couple here, and they are going to go ahead and take this lead towards the end of this game. They're just going to continue stepping on forward, continue getting a couple more picks, because it is going to be the end. And Sayonara going on to set point here. Very likely to see a bracket reset, I think.
I mean, what did I mention? That first Swimmer Sync tournament, they wound up resetting the bracket on these very opponents, and even though that was in seven games as well, wound up being 4-2. Sayonara looking to break their own record here. 0 with the hyper aggressive play that we saw there, getting 17 splats, leading the field. And I mean, don't get me wrong, there was a price to be paid at times for that, but wow, when you have someone as bloodthirsty as 0, that gives you just a boatload of confidence going forward.
Oh no. Okay, so you all obviously can't see this on the screen right now, but what I see is Ant just got swapped out for Tension.
Oh my.
So this is like, or wait, no, Tension just joined the lobby and Ant's back. Okay, I don't know what's happening here. It's like a Demise family reunion back here, or Quantum family reunion, perhaps I should say, coming in this grand finals set, and it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out. Maybe we'll see what exactly Tension's doing in this lobby, but again, I mean, at the end of the day right now, I think the momentum is largely in Sayonara's favor. They've got the mental edge as we look forward to the next couple of games here, which means they're likely going to be able to take on over the bracket reset, and they're probably going to win at least the first 1 or 2 games, but again, a trend that I tend to see in bracket reset situations like this, especially for weeknight tournaments, I've just been seeing lately is there's going to be one team that goes on a string for 3 or 4 games right in a row, and right after that, the next team's going to all of a sudden pop off on one game and they're going to take it to the end. So, strap in, folks. We might be in here for the long haul. And even if, Starburst starts winning a couple of these games, takes us to a Game 7 in this set, I mean, it could also be interesting. But we'll see exactly what comes on through here. Tension is going to be put on spectate, so I was just getting my hopes up for nothing. I still don't know what's going on there, but we are going to be heading to Rainmaker on Anchovy Games. This one is going to be Anchovy Games, unlike what I said in Game 1 when I came on the mic tonight. Certainly going to be a fun one. We know that this can be a little swingy, but it can also be difficult to get yourselves in a very strong pushing position.
But at the same time, it just goes down to how the risk and the reward that you get for getting onto that right elevated fan platform in the middle of the field, where it's you want to get that if you want to go on the offensive, and you can really kind of dictate so much if you get to that point. Now, just because it's a little bit more easy to access if you're the opposite team does not mean that it's not necessarily not worth the risk. So as we are going to go and check out these compositions here, Bagel again back on that mini Splatling, and Ginny has been doing quite a decent job on that junior. Will be matched up by Ant, who was wound up picking up 7 ink armors to help that sustained push starting out. Sayonara needs this in order to reset the bracket, but Starburst looking to defy history here and certainly defy the will of the number 1 seed of this tournament.
Brain here also going to pick up the Kenta Sloshing Machine, which is actually a pick we haven't seen from him tonight, of course. Now I say that, Catch just first, he immediately goes down. Sayonara going to pick up the Rainmaker, and I'll comment more on that in a moment if I get the opportunity to, but the Ray is going to come on out to prevent that push, as well as the Booyah Bomb completely shutting down that push. The offensive might not be over yet. As Zero steps on forward here, pop the Rainmaker, we're going to see a couple more Splat Bombs starting to get rolled at the feet of these members of Sayonara, and plenty of ink flinging back either direction. You can tell Starburst doesn't want to let this get too far out of hand. They now have the ink armor to push on forward. Brent that's coming through. The 10 missiles, though, in response, coming back the other direction. Doesn't matter. The Rainmaker is going to reset, and perhaps a collective sigh of relief coming out of Starburst right now, but no, can't take that as Zero just takes the fight right on to Ant. Able to find the trade, actually, and it's going to be the cleanup coming in from Jared, but it is going to be Sun is going to pick up the Rainmaker. Ray is going to connect. In a 3-down situation, I think now Starburst can finally breathe a sigh of relief, as well as myself.
I mean, you know what? Take as much of a breather as you can possibly get. I don't think either of these teams are going to give us much room for reprise, as it's being brought back to midfield. Zero once again headhunting, and Ant is going to be the unfortunate victim. Zero looking for yet another one, and they'll lose the Rainmaker yet again. Will Starburst. Zero again pushing so far forward, and here we go with the Inkjet taken to the skies and looking to get that Stingray in their sights. Ice somehow avoiding the Inkjet, but the Stingray will not avoid them. That's a double there for Ice, as they are going to try to push this out and try beyond all hope, it seems, to get some points on the board. Indeed they do, but this can't be the end. This is only the start.
Only the start here. Zan's going to start to push on forward with the rest of the members of Starburst. The 10 missiles are going to come on through here, which means Zan's going to be forced to back on away, and now it's going to fall off the plat here, maybe giving a little bit too much room over. 2-gun situation means that Ant is left alone here on the side, is going to be forced to back on away. Likely forced to go down, but actually finds that shot with a Rainmaker, going to allow for the jump to come on through here, and now just putting pressure on the top flat from a safe distance. All 10 missiles coming on down, though, onto Ant, still just staying alive, dipping and diving around the rest of these missiles, and now with the team here is going to try to push on forward, but there's still so much ink. Somebody's got to step on forward, somebody's got to create an opening here for Starburst, and Ant just tried to see if they can find one, but it's going to fall down nonetheless. 2 minutes left to go in this game, and it's still Sayonara with control.
And that was beautiful defense from Sayonara, making sure that those missiles were coming out at a consistent enough pace to keep Ant in the corner. Really, you were just not allowed to move forward at all, and now they're going to try to continue this push, and they're just pushing it all the way back. Our Sayonara.
No, that's reset.
Yeah. They were intentionally resetting it, so that makes sense. But I don't know. I kind of feel like. There's so much orange on the map. They almost have to accrue a few more points, but they don't have the numbers advantage here, K-Bot.
If Ice just goes now, he might have had the window of opportunity, but now DJ coming up from behind is going to be able to find the pick onto the Rainmaker. 2-9 situation for Sayonara. They're not going to, Starburst. They're not going to be able to continue pushing on forward here. Now DJ pops the 10 missiles to try to get a little bit more ink pressure down on the rest of this map. And Sayonara barely holding on right now. The defense game so far been on point. They've been able to apply plenty of ink in front of this Rainmaker where it wants to swim in order to make sure that it can't swim forward, that it doesn't have the opportunity to continue pushing on forward without the support of the rest of the team. But now we'll see what the push is coming in from Starburst. They actually electing to take this up the right side, which is just an interesting play that we don't see very often, and this is one of the reasons it's so stally. It's going to be completely shut down by DJ once he realizes what was going on. One left alive for Starburst, and it's the Jet Squelcher kind of in the area. Zero trying to engage the 1v1, but actually is going to go down in that specific instance. Ice trying to jump on forward here, trying to get this fan on over, bring the Rainmaker back on over here, but this is an unfortunate spot for the Rainmaker to be if you are a Starburst fan right now. I think they might have gotten the pop, and actually Brand coming up the side, trying to apply a little bit more pressure. Splitting the difference here is Starburst, but we'll see if it pays out in the end. Again, their choices led this Rainmaker positioning. Now the armor comes on through. 13 seconds left of the game here, and there's going to be one going down here. DJ, though, just continues to put out so much paint pressure with this slosher. The arc shots are going to come on down and rain from above, and Sayonara is going to force the bracket reset.
And just like that is a whole new ball game. And I can definitely respect trying to go around that right side with that fan, but it's just a little too much. And when DJ saw that coming through, you had the exact weapon with which to negotiate it. So don't think that they aren't going to hold back when they see that coming. And of course, DJ leading their team with 13 splats. Jared leading the field with 14 in the losing effort. Ice not far behind with 13 themselves. But yeah, that's I can respect the thought. You don't see it happening there. Sayonara's defense up in the office just a little too good. But I mean, at the end, I felt like it was worth a shot. Maybe just to
I think there's some merit to at least attempting it. That said, obviously, it's generally not ideal. So Starburst had tried to go down the main pathway numerous times over the course of that match, and they just could not quite find it to work. So I guess it kind of makes sense that they try to mix it up a little bit. But again, if you did go down there on that fan, which they did end up doing, it almost spells complete disaster for that team, especially when we're getting close to the end of the game when there is the opportunity for the reset to come on through. But props to Sayonara nonetheless for the defense holding super strong. That's one of the things that I don't know that we see a ton of, especially we haven't seen a ton of so far tonight. It's been all about the Sayonara offense, but they were able to hold on the defensive side as well. It's what eventually ends up getting them the bracket reset. Fresh score, 0-0. We're heading to tower control, Manta Maria. And boy, if we don't see some zero inkjets here, we're gonna see some shenanigans with the inkjet. Now, again, everyone in chat, I want to remind you all, please do not go into your solo queue games and think you are the hero by popping Inkjet in the opponent's spawn and trying to just get picks on him, okay? Please do not go into solo queue and do that. I know it looks fun. I know. And I'm sure it is fun for Zero.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that he's Zero and he's allowed to do that. It actually reminds me of an old joke where, like, it's Jesus and Moses are playing golf, and Jesus says, like, okay, wait, I can do this. I saw Tiger Woods do this once, and winds up hitting it in the drink. Then Moses says, okay, look, just go around. And it's like, no, watch. I saw Tiger Woods do this once. And then tries to hit it again with the 9-iron, but it goes right in the drink. So he walks on the water to get the ball. Someone sees this and is like, whoa, that's amazing. Does he think he's Jesus or something? Moses turns to them and says, no, he thinks he's Tiger Woods. That's the whole thing. You're not Zero. Don't think that you can do it. Just go ahead and get the Inkjet off. But don't go into spawn. Don't think that you're Zero.
Don't go into spawn. Don't step super far forward. And in that event, we're going to see very similar compositions coming out of these two teams. Brand going to switch over to the 10-attack splatter shot, opting for the Inkjet slaying weapon this time around. And will be interesting to see exactly how that matchup plays into Zero, into this nozzle nose, as well as these teams are fighting over mid congestion early. The early armor, though, coming out of Sayonara is going to largely grant them the ability to push on forward. They're able to get one pick off of the map, and that is going to be the major range presence of that remix. And so they're going to be able to pretty easily clear this first checkpoint.
Gotta love the map control that they're exerting. Brand trying to get something done on the defensive end of things, but simply not able to garner the picks needed, though they do get they find themselves at a disadvantage, excuse me, and already the counter is down to 50 points. DJ eventually getting that splat before the counter gets ticked down to 51, and yeah, it's pretty impressive what we're seeing thus far. They're trying to push forward, but they're pushing into this deluge of orange ink and K-Bot. That's not sustainable.
I really liked DJ's positioning there, but I guess like the rest of the members around the tower went down or couldn't quite win that fight, and so it is going to go back in favor of Starburst, resetting this tower. Now Ice, look at this, taking the fight to them on the remix. Ink Armor coming on through as well, Booyah Bomb up in the sky, and Ice is going to continue providing a little bit more paint support. Splat Bomb's going to go down here as well, Antenna Missiles on the tower to prevent Ant from going much further. Just going to be a little bit of a sprinkler as a junior riding the tower on through here, looking for a little bit more Splat Bomb pressure, but it's not going to find it either. It's going to be trying to jump out, going down nonetheless. Again, defense holding for Sayonara so far in this set. Gotta say, looking like a brick wall so far.
Yeah, and it's not just the efficiency on the offensive measures, though. That's going to be a full team wipe. Jared coming through, and it really just comes down to how efficient you can be and how coordinated you can be on the defensive side of the proverbial ball as well. And now 40 points on the board and counting here for Starburst, and they will count it down even further and take the lead. Jared will get the Booyah Bomb and take down their opposition. Zero again. That's the other side of the coin. When you're aggressive, that means you go just a little bit too far. Bagel trying to utilize their tracking, but gets a kill there on Brand. Again, though, I'm not really seeing it from eventually they get the kill. But wow, the defense just kind of fell apart there for a little bit for Sayonara.
Yeah, right when I say that it's our brick wall, Caster's Curse strikes again. Sayonara just gives up a handful of points. And to be fair, they didn't have the strongest positioning there, I think, on the whole, and that's largely what nets them, the eventual, taking that push, or that eventually what nets Starburst taking that push down to past and beyond the second checkpoint, down to that third checkpoint. But see how far or what the response is coming in from Sayonara, as we see Sun painting up here a little bit more for this Ink Armor as well, and that's going to go ahead and come on through. And now DJ's just been so nasty on the slosher on this map. There are so many elevation changes here that you can just slosh over the wall and get a couple, or at least a little bit of cheap damage, if not 2 shots, and that's a splat. We'll see how far this push comes on through here, but Sun's kind of left alone on the tower right now. It's going to be forced back on away. If another member of Sayonara goes down, you can't be losing 1v1s right now for Sayonara, and you have to be playing as a team. It doesn't seem like they're doing that right now.
Yeah, and they are getting this push forward, and DJ is going to run right into the point sensor, daring them to stop, it seems. Ice is going to have to be forced back out, and this push still continuing, though they are down in the numbers. That nozzle nose again gets called out just a little too early for the liking of Sayonara as Ant makes their presence known yet again, and just trying to accrue as many ink armors as possible for this defense ahead. Sayonara, they've got a minute left to make this push happen.
Ant's just being annoying here, throwing and hurling the splat bombs on over towards Bagel to make sure Bagel can't step forward. I think that's the largest part of Ant's job there. And sure, you're able to get up a little bit of armor, but if you were looking for the armor, you'd be looking in other parts of the map. Sayonara actually just going to jump out here, giving complete map control of mid on over to Starburst, which is very dangerous at this stage in the game. It's going to mean that Sayonara is going to be forced to use this ink armor to try to push back in here, but they're not really engaging on any of the members of Starburst. Now the bombs are starting to come on forward. They find one on the far side, and Zero's going to try to continue stepping on forward again, pushing up alone. Ink armor comes out the other side. 11 seconds left to go for Sayonara here to come back in this game. They're going to have to force this one overtime. They're going to have to stay on tower here. We'll see what Zero and company can do as Zero finds the inkjet over the wall, looking for the kill on a Brand. Is not quite going to be able to find it. Okay, does find it after a couple shots, but the wheel bomb comes back on the tower. Someone steps on it. It's going to be Starburst taking game one.
And that's the problem. They didn't find that kill in time in order to focus on the objective. And as you saw, that jump onto the tower came right as Zero was hunting for more heads on that inkjet. You take your eye off of the ball, someone is more than happy to take it. And Jared leading the way with those 13 splats, certainly necessary, but a full-on team effort there for Starburst, who go up 1-0, and just great efforts all around, especially from Sayonara at the very end. But I mean, it's just that defense falling apart and allowing them to get those 78 points to begin with.
You've surely heard of the GG Ray. We also have the GG Booyah Bomb, and that's pretty much what it was at the end of the game there. We obviously weren't highlighting that per se. We're trying to see if Zero could find something flashy to watch, but in any event, it was just a Booyah Bomb at the tower. Was able to open the door here, and you can just swim right on through that if you're on the allied team of that Booyah Bomb in order to hop on the tower. And at the end of the day, as long as there are no enemy feet on the tower and your feet are on the tower, overtime's over just like that in an instant. So well done there to shut that down from Starburst, but not necessarily unexpected. Another routine overtime ending coming in from them on tower control. But now talking about perhaps unroutine endings and large octane pushes, Rainmaker Snapper Canal is coming up next here. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what ends up happening. And one thing that I'll notice here about Snapper Canal, and one thing I'll comment on as a whole, is recently this map has been a lot more stally than you might expect. If a team gets an advantage, they're going to just try to stall this out and play the mid game and the neutral game for so long. And so we'll see which team opts to do that. I imagine Starburst is probably going to feel more comfortable playing that waiting game, playing that stalling game, and playing more of that neutral game. We'll see if Sayonara can try to punch back through that, or maybe if they even try to play that neutral game of their own.
I have a question to ask you, K-Bot. Now, we saw in game number 1 that was Rainmaker, which wound up being taken by Sayonara, and they did quite well, honestly, and we saw Ginny carrying it most of the time, but they're the junior. My question is, how do you decide when you're playing that front-heavy a composition where your de facto backliner happens to be your Nautilus, how do you decide who carries the Rainmaker? Like, what's your thought process there if you're a top competitive team?
Thought process there is most likely the junior pops the armor and then almost immediately goes to pick up the Rainmaker, because that junior at that point can't really do a ton else. So I imagine to see Sun carrying the Rainmaker a little bit more, just because you have a little bit less range. And notice on the other side, speaking of that range argument, Ice is going to go back to the Jet Squelcher here for Rainmaker, picking up that Stingray bond, basically. It's a Stingray main weapon, guys. It isn't even like an actual Jet Squelcher, it's just a Stingray main. I mean, look, already at 95. About to have that Ray at the ready here, but now Sayonara stepping on board, as well as Zero with the Inkjet, trying to swim on around here, trying to find this one on the Brand, is able to find it off the rebound of the wall, finds someone on Ice as well.
Oh, wow.
Jenny's left alone on this side, is going to go down here, nonetheless. DJ's going to be around to pick this one up. Now he's going to continue stepping on board here. Inkjet coming back the other direction. It is going to be shut down at the 22-point mark, as Jared's able to find the mark. But again, already down to 22, Sayonara is going to be very content if they can just play the neutral game for at least the next 3 or so minutes.
I mean, I guess it is pretty easy to find that mark when the objective is rushing towards you at a blistering pace. And you're right about that. It was a high-octane push for sure, getting 78 points on the board. And Zero's going to look for this flank. Are you serious, Zero? He didn't get it in time. It reset, and it disappears right before Zero's eyes. They'll get splatted just for their troubles, and Ant more than happy to clean up that mess, and they go down 3-2 on the map in favor of Starburst. And you really thought you had the play in mind, Zero, but just a few frames too late.
Just a few frames too late. I think he was too giddy for that one. He was just dipping and diving all around. Couldn't quite find the exact mark. The Rainmaker wasn't taking his time to focus on the objective, and now it's going to have a little bit of a window of opportunity here for Starburst to come back, although Ant pushing up alone here right into two of the members of Sayonara. I guess was one of the last people alive there for Starburst. Now Bagel finding the last one onto Bran, and once more, it's just going to be the paint up here coming in from Sayonara. Definitely nothing fancy is going to happen here because, we're not at the 22-point mark for the Rainmaker where it's on top. Zero can't try to pull any shenanigans this time around. They are just going to pick this up and very likely stick it on one of the sides, just stall for a little bit more time. And when you're on the sides, it's going to take almost everything in your basket, although I say that, and of course, there's the Stingray to shut things down here for Starburst. It's a 2-down situation, actually. They might be given the opportunity to push on forward from this position.
Yeah, indeed, that's going to be Ant rolling in the Inkjet, and that's going to be 3-3 on the map, trying to garner some sort of advantage, and it will be picked up very quickly, though Jared evening things up with that Inkjet, and that's Jared so deadly, trying to keep their team in terms of the numbers game. They're going to have the numerical advantage at long last, and try to continue and add on to this 78 points that they accrued with that opening gambit. Zero gets themselves a double. They'll be looking for 3. Why not? This is Zero we're talking about. However, it's going to be it's going to be Brand getting that kill and finally able to garner themselves a little bit of breathing room. Though there's no such thing as breathing room when you're going up against Sayonara, is there?
There really isn't. We've seen that all game long, and now once more, you see more blue ink just getting painted down on the map. They're not going to want to pick up this Rainmaker per se unless they feel really comfortable, and I guess Sun just feels really comfortable here, or they're looking to take this up the left side. They're probably going to opt to just kind of keep it here and stall for a little bit more time, although I say that, Zero, with the Inkjet once more. Please do not try to do this. Squidbags mid-Inkjet too, getting maximum amount of mental damage from that Inkjet. Now a 3-down situation for Starburst. 2-down situation here for Sayonara as well. DJ's going to be able to pop this Rainmaker shield. Is just going to back on away from this one. Doesn't want to quite give it away. Going to allow for the jumps to come on through, and actually gets a splat onto Jarek here. Is going to go down to the splat bomb nonetheless, but Sayonara playing this very well on the whole. Again, stalling with a little bit more time, being a little bit more of a nuisance. They're not playing as much of a stall game as I was expecting, and oh my gosh. Zero.
Of course! What else would Zero do? Of course he's going to get the splat on ice, take a little bit of that range away from, and take that Stingray away. More importantly, you saw that they were building up that Stingray yet again to try to get something for that push. They were working on the barrier. You know that they had the play in mind. Zero able to get things, to perhaps throw a wrench in the plans of Starburst. But now 4-2 on the map. Sayonara, they're not done yet.
Look at how much map control right now for Sayonara. Now Zero steps on forward. It's a 3-down situation for Starburst. And really, Sayonara, please do not push this. Why are we pushing this at this point in the game? It's so late. You're just handing the Rainmaker on over to the other side. 14 seconds left to go here, and Starburst has the opportunity to pick up the Rainmaker and rush it down. Bagel steps a little bit too far forward. This Hop going to come on through here momentarily. A 2-down situation, though, actually, for Starburst. It might just stall out for a little bit more time. Sun going down there to Brand's Inkjet. Doesn't even matter. Someone's able to find the pick on the Rainmaker. Somehow in all that chaos, Sayonara walking away with the game, and it's 1-1 again.
Yeah, and you said that we might be going the distance, K-Bot. That seems to be what is happening here. These two individual teams trading some knockout blows, and you just look at the amount of frags leading the field. Zero with 18. That super aggressive nozzle nose, and yeah, the Inkjets following it up. I mean, that is how you do some work on the L3D. And certainly when you are able to jump into the base and get all those kills. I mean, I know this is a good map for the L3D. Don't get me wrong, as Brand led their team with 16 as well to go along with 4 Inkjets. But, I mean, what do you account that to aside from just individual brilliance?
Pace of play, individual brilliance, creating chaos on all sides of the map, I think, for Sayonara on the whole, right? And again, saw that with Zero in a lot of cases. Again, as a reminder, please do not try to do this in your solo queue games. Do not try this at home. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 because if there's a chance that if your mechanics aren't absolutely on point, you get punished for it. Zero is being able to get away with a lot of this, and I think because he's attacking at times that Starburst just is not expecting. And, you know, Zero's just able to step on forward and take over the game in a lot of aspects. So we'll see how much... Sorry?
Thank you for the warning, PSA bot. I definitely appreciate that. But we're going to, it's definitely easier said than done to replicate the sort of aggressive play style of Zero, and certainly you can do something like that. There's just no guarantee that you will be as successful. So as we go to Hotel Zones for game number 3,
this is going to be interesting. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Sayonara did not change up their composition at all. Starburst is going for the more long-range composition, which is very good here because they're going to be able to get ink on the zone from multiple different areas, whereas this composition of Sayonara, you're really very limited in the amount of different areas that you can try to get ink on the zone. I like the Kraken pick here as well. It's going to come in from Bran here to try to get a little bit more chip damage on some of their opponents, and you can see already putting in some work here. Gets one, looking for the second on the DJ around this barrier, is not going to find it. It's a 2-down situation for both sides, but it was going to be the early capture here from Starburst. They're able to get a little bit of points on the timer before heading it on over to Sayonara, but again, we have to imagine that unless Sayonara takes super aggressive positionings, they're going to be a little bit more easy to pick off here from the other side. We're already starting to see that a little bit as we look towards the green side of the map.
I mean, it makes sense. This is a map that definitely does favor a little bit of range, especially as you get into mid. Certainly, it helps to have that sort of flexibility to be able to move around and kind of stick and move. But at the same time, you're also just kind of a sitting duck in that zone if you're just deciding to hang out there, especially when you're going up against something like the Kraken, which will be taken down by the Tenta missiles, admittedly. So, as Bagel is going to look to try to pester their opposition with those burst bombs on that elevated area. Zero, of course, going to try to stick their neck out for their teammates as they take it all the way down to 75 points on the board already. Make that 80, and Zero, again, I mean, the amount of work that Zero has put in is nothing short of astonishing.
Look at Bagel, though. Bagel far forward here on the other side, putting up so much pressure. The Booyah Bomb going to stall the zone for a little while longer, but it's a 3-down situation. It's going to mean Sayonara takes the game. They were able to take the fight to Starburst, and that's the important part, right? With the map control out of the Sayonara composition, I was skeptical that they would be able to pull it off, but at the end of the day, look at how much map control they had at the end of the game. They had people pushing up on all different areas, completely zoning away the members of Starburst, and ultimately that's what nets them the game. DJ with the 7 splats and assists there as well, coming in clutch here for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I mean, DJ leading the team with those 7, as well as those 2 Tenta missiles, able to scramble their opposition, as did Bagels, we saw. But that was pretty darn good, I gotta say. Yeah, you're definitely able to push the line forward. They're not able to get in at all, is Starburst. And yeah, that is what you need, is you need to be able to take the fight to them and get them out of their comfort zone. Sayonara seems custom built to do that, and this might be yet another swim or sink where they're able to take the entire thing after losing the winner's final to Starburst. Now, what does Starburst need to do in your mind to counteract what Sayonara is bringing to the table? Because if they're trying to sit back and counterpunch K-Bot, thus far, it really hasn't been working.
So, I think, one of the things here right now, obviously, that game was a little bit of an outlier for Starburst. And I know, I said I liked seeing the flexibility in the picks coming on through, but quite obviously, I think Brand's not as comfortable on a Kensa Rapid as he is on a Splatter Shot. Or even something like a Nozzle Nose, right? Bran is oftentimes the flex slayer here coming in from Starburst, but at the same time, very much has more comfort picks and picks that he's just going to be more comfortable on in general, right? And I imagine we're going to see something like that Splatter Shot come on through here as we head to Clan Bloods on Inkling Art Academy. But I honestly think the best way for Starburst to beat this squad right now is just going aggro for aggro here. on Sayonara, because they otherwise I don't think are going to have much of an answer. I'm maybe not suggesting you need to like inkjet Sayonara's spawn like Zero is to you, but at the same time, like I do think they need to be a little more aggressive. I think they need to start taking control of the map faster in general, and I think it's really hard for them to do that with Ice on the back line here for them. We'll see how it continues to play out, though.
Yeah, and that seems to be what the game plan is. They're going to stick with that remix, and I'm not really sure about. They do have a run speed equipped as well as that ink resistance. So definitely maybe a preview of their game plan. Excuse me. My goodness, DJ going to try to push map control forward, and certainly doing that to the deluge of yellow ink coming out of that bucket. And yeah, this is again Sayonara starting out strong out of the gate.
Look at the team play, though, coming in from Sayonara. They all pushed to the left side of the map. They knew there was going to be someone over there, and now, where is the rest of Starburst right now? They're so far pushed back in their own base, getting so much map control on over to Sayonara. I say that, though, and Sun's the only one that's going to be able to throw a power climb in the basket. By the way, personally, not a fan of that play. I would rather see you keep the power clam for later and push together as a team where you're going to be able to get more points on the board as opposed to just getting the quick 20 points on the board. Instead, it's going to be map control back on over to the hands of Starburst here, and they're going to be able to charge things up a little bit more. Brand's able to find one with the tri-slosher, and that's something I didn't get to talk about a second ago, but now I'm not going to get to talk about it any longer. It's the current situation back again for Starburst. So many splats going back and forth. Here is Bagels stepping onto their opponent's splat, now gets taken down as well. Such a neutral game here, going back and forth, rushing between these two barriers.
Ice doing well on defense, picking off Zero on that elevated area on the left side of the map as they're going to try to push forward. Certainly with that Booyah Bomb going to assist the power clam coming up, being held, and now it's going to be even more clams coming through, and that's what happens when you have yourself a team push. You get rewarded and you get to push it all the way to 50 remaining compared to the 20 that Sayonara were able to accrue. So Starburst, they're on the warpath back, K-Bot. They have a plan, and victory could well be in their sights, but they have to hold and certainly be a little bit more on the offense for 3 more minutes. DJ has something to say about that, however.
This game's far from over, folks. Only 2 minutes have passed in this game, 3 more to go. There's still plenty of time for these teams to push back into their opponent's barriers, and pushes can happen in an instant here on Inkblood Arctic County. It really doesn't take that much. Now, granted, it takes a little bit of setup, but it doesn't take that much time in order to push into your opponent's basket. Trades from the sloshers coming back either direction here, and again, right now, if you're Sayonara, think back through this. You could have had another power clam up at the ready if you played your cards correctly, but now only with one. They're going to have to find a couple more clams to get on in, but they have to continue backing on up, and now they're not going to be able to give them the opportunity to do that. It's a 2-down situation actually for both teams, and we are going to see Ant pick up a power clam here. It's going to be completely shut down. Only 2 power clams consecutively have gone in the basket for Sayonara. They just haven't found the follow-up.
I mean, seriously, just call Starburst the Federal Reserve because they control the clam economy at the moment. Just 23 clams compared to the 10 that were only just recently accrued by the opposition. Really have only gotten 30 points on the board by those 2 initial breakages. It's going to be even more clams, and they're going to dump in even more. This could very well be the knockout. They're going to maintain the line. Jared getting these splats. 95 points on the board. K-Bot, this is nothing short of impressive what we're seeing as a response from Starburst.
Definitely impressive, but now look at this. Sun's already pushed on forward, and we're going to see a little bit more perhaps follow-up coming on through. The Petty Clam's going to jump on in here as well, able to find that in the basket, but they need to continue applying more clams here. I think they have it here. They're going to take the game. Sayonara, where's that push been?
I mean, look, maybe that was kind of it, that sort of slow push. Poke away, see what they're going to do. These 2 little bursts, they're conditioning you, and maybe you're not going to expect it, but when we pull out the big gun, we're going to fire it, and it is going to hurt. And those individual efforts by Brand on the tri-slosher, leading the field with 10 splats, not enough to hold back the ocean of ink that came through at the very end, that sustained push from all of Sayonara. And now it is 3-1, and that has to hurt your mental if you're Starburst.
It has to hurt, but you got to turn it around. It's 3-1. It's tournament point for Sayonara right now. Even though Starburst, has been, in a lot of cases, playing pound for pound here, Sayonara's been able to find the knockouts in the sets that really matter the most so far, and they're looking to go ahead and take the rest of this as we head to Tower Control Sturgeon Shipyard. for Game 5 here. And it's going to be one of those maps where I want to see what Ice can do here. We haven't said Ice's name that much so far for Starburst. And if it's going to be any mode for backlines to really anchor things down, it's got to be tower control, a little bit more of a slower play style. We'll see if Ice can start picking off some of these members of Sayonara that have been so elusive so far in this match.
You see a charger pick here?
I think there's potential for it, especially given the fact that we haven't seen a lot, come on through. I will say the other thing is this tournament is interesting here, especially from the higher level teams, because they could be trying out some weapon compositions that they're going to be looking towards going to in the future. So, you'll notice that like Ice pretty much all night has been playing Remix and Jet Squelcher, hasn't really pulled out that charger. Zero, by the way, hasn't even pulled out a K-shot, has been sticking true to that nozzle dose to get a little bit more practice on that as well for the sets that, really matter. Not to say that this doesn't matter, but it is to put it in context in terms of like when you're thinking about, majors and, the tournaments that you're really going to want to come on through for. Having a little, trying to develop that weapon arsenal a little bit better, I think is a lot of what these players are doing. So I would not be surprised to see the charger coming out, but I'm not necessarily expecting it coming out of Ice. We'll have to see, of course, what Starburst elects to go with. Definitely going to be interesting to see exactly what comes on through.
And it was Brand who wound up taking their time to make their selection, but it really is now or never if you are Starburst. I know it's Halloween season, but it's going to be the tournament past haunting Starburst here, as they did go down to Sayonara after a bracket reset in the very first swim or sink, and now they're going to have to stave off their demons yet again. As we take a look at the compositions, could be time to settle this. If you are Sayonara, we'll be looking to say sayonara to their opposition here, and that's a good start there. Zero going on the attack, catching Brand on the overextension.
Here we go again. Zero stepping on forward, getting a couple more, and it's now going to try to continue applying pressure to the opponent's side, forcing the jump out of one here, and Sayonara, it's a free first checkpoint here nearly. They're just going to continue applying more pressures. Beguiling's starting to run these members down. Zero and the Inkjet as well. Different situation even still for Starburst. They're just going to continue stepping up forward. They're going to continue painting up. They're like, no, we don't care. You know what, tournament point, we'll just take it anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sayonara, they have victory in their sights. Why would they not charge headlong into it? They have the tools with which to do it. They have DJ on the slosher. Good pick there by Brand. Bagel goes down. However, DJ there to step up, gets pushed off by that splat bomb. They're going to push forward into the second checkpoint and indeed make progress upon it, looking to get past it, and indeed they do. They are almost home free. K-Bot, count it down with me, and they will get the knockout blow. Sayonara and good night. They'll win 4-1 and take home the 5th edition of Swimmer Sink.
4-1 both sets. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't know what look that was coming out of, that side of Starburst. Actually, had the Inkstorm there as well. For a second, I thought it was double armor, actually, but nonetheless, they just couldn't quite find their footing at all. They had two very short-range weapons that were effectively uttered completely useless as Sayonara was continuing to step on forward and continuing to apply pressure in that last game, and Sayonara just completely takes the game after complete and utter decimation. I
mean, yeah, what else is there to say other than dominant from Sayonara? It was a great performance from them, and really far more convincing than what we saw in that map number 5. Certainly maybe motivated by that game number 5 where Starburst just rolled them. Maybe that's all they needed to get the download, and Sayonara, whatever they were testing out, it certainly worked. We saw DJ stepping through after Bagel got killed on that ramp, on that overextension, just kind of setting the stage for DJ to perhaps push forward, push the line back, and keep Starburst from getting to the objective. All in all, great team play. DJ leading the field and their team with 7 splats, and Ginny doing their work, garnering 3 ink armors and helping to sustain that push all the way through. So a quick recap of the tournament: that is Sayonara taking home first place points, and glowing piece of the Radical Rock here at the reset in Swim or Sink 5, beating the second place team Starburst. Wound up getting in on winner's side. Just too much to handle there for Sayonara, and of course that was Dark Pulse taking home third. Not a bad showing for them. And of course, tip of the cap to Massacure for fourth. I'd like to thank you for joining us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for Swim or Sink 5. Please join us on Friday for the testing grounds, where we're going to have a whole bunch more fun and a whole bunch more Splatoon action. And certainly shout outs to Inkfair, who's been grinding away in production this entire night. He's an absolute G. Follow them on Twitter. Hopefully you go ahead and Inkfair, please plug your Twitter in the chat. I would certainly appreciate it. I know your Twitter, but I'm so scared of getting it wrong that I can't even bring myself to say it. K-Bot, I'd allow you to do the same. Go ahead. Where can they follow you on social media?
Find me on Twitter at kbot_273. You don't really need to pay much attention there. Honestly, I tweet out stuff every once in a while. But what I will say, as mentioned, a couple quick shout-outs of upcoming IPL events. Testing Grounds 3 will be held next weekend on October 16th. Testing Grounds is IPL's bi-weekly tournament series aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play. Signups will be open shortly, so you can head on over to the IPL Discord server at iplabs.inc/discord. Of course, if you're a little bit newer to the competitive community, Low Inc is coming up fast. It's one of the best places for newer and lower level teams to get experience against other teams of similar skill level. The tournament starts on Saturday, October 24th at 1 p.m. Eastern. Check out the Discord server for more information. You'll find plenty more coming through from Inkling Performance Labs. They've got plenty of tournaments coming your way for all of your Squid Splatoon needs. Stu, it's been a lot of fun casting these last couple of games with you tonight, and it's been a lot of fun. Thank you all for having me on, and hope you all enjoyed the action.
Absolutely, and definitely shout outs to everyone who joined and for helping to make Inkling Performance Labs what it is today. I assure you, this is not the end of the road. This is only the beginning, and we hope that you join us on this journey. Once again, the final score in the Grand Reset, that was Sayonara taking it over Starburst by a score of 4-1. So from all of us here at IPL Splatoon, good night, and until we meet again, happy splatting.